How did that happen? I've muted it. That was so weird. How did that happen? I've muted it. Oh, I'm live on 2 windows. Good morning, Ruth. How are you? And good evening from a very cold Tasmania. It's brr. It's actually the first day that it feels like winter. I'm just going to close my little door that separates the living areas to the hallway where the bathroom and the spare bedrooms are because it's brr. Now, I'm live on Traces of Nuts tonight. Like, that's the channel I'm watching with YouTube. So I am live over on the Shxtty Kitty Kitchen too. But tonight, come over to Traces of Nuts. It's hot for you. Oh, it's brr here. Now, it's Sunday night, so it's time to make some dinner. Get a glass. I'm still drinking from this same bottle of wine. Look, you can't probably see. Maybe you can. The ring light's not helping. Oh, look at the ring light on my glass. Little circle. But yeah, Sunday night cooking, so let's have a glass of wine, right? It's not going to be a super long live because it's not going to be a super long dish, but cheers, everybody. Oh, hang on, that's where the camera is. And happy Sunday morning, and also July the 4th. For people in America, it is now the 4th of July, I know, at least in New York. So tonight we are making Yosham Ottolenghi's curried lentil, tomato, and coconut soup out of his book, Simple. We've already made this one before on here, the courgette, pea, and basil. We're doing this one. And I'll just show you a picture of what it's hopefully going to look like. It should eventually look something like that. It's a chunky soup. It's not a blended soup. But if people like to puree their soups, you can. It's entirely up to you. Yosham's little preface at the start. I like the rough texture of this soup with the lentils still holding their shape and the coriander distinct. But you can also blitz it before serving if you prefer things smooth. This soup can be made 4 days in advance if kept in the fridge, so that's handy to know. If you're having a dinner party or something and you wanted to do a soup entree, make it 4 days or 3 days in advance. It'll be perfectly fine, which probably means it'll stay in the fridge for up to 4 days. It's not a massive amount of ingredients, so I'm not using like a huge saucepan. It's like my middle-sized one. I don't think you need to use your big, massive pot because in terms of liquid, it's got a tin of coconut milk and a tin of chopped tomatoes. We might be adding a second tin of chopped tomatoes, but that's about the only variation, and that's a recommendation from my friend Andrew, who thoroughly recommends this recipe, and that's what he said he did, just to chunk it up a little bit. You can also freeze this soup for up to a month. One thing I love about Yosham is this book, Simple. Yes, purists would use lentils, dried lentils, and give them a good wash and then put them in a pot of water for like 10 minutes and sort of skim all the things that come up from the lentils. But he's more than happy for everyone just to crack open a can of lentils. So it is Sunday night. That is what we are going to be doing. And I'm also going to do some cheating dinner rolls. They're really yummy, that will heat up and have with it. So I'll whack the oven on in a little while. They only take 3 to 5 minutes to cook, so I won't heat the oven up just yet. Could be just you and me, Ruth. I hope you're having a lovely weekend. Pardonnez-moi. Now, first up, we are going to chop up an onion. I like making soups. I was thinking about it earlier. People that think they can't cook, start with something like a soup, because soups are really hard to muck up and they can be amazingly delicious. And if you get a really good recipe like this one is, apparently, the flavors and everything that you create, you'll be like, holy shit, I'm I'm an awesome cook. I made this. I'm just going to get a little bowl. As you guys know, I like to put my composty things into a little bowl as I'm cooking. So just give me a moment because I didn't get one of those ready. But yeah, soups are a good way to start cooking, and it's a really good way to get veggies into your diet as well. And I mean, in winter, soups are amazing. I love soups in summer too, but I do the more sort of lighter ones like gazpachos even. But yeah, they're pretty yummy. I can't handle how pasty my skin is in winter. I feel like I should fake tan my hands because they're sort of that horrible wintry pink colour. Not liking them. Need some chooks. Well, I'm happy actually that my compost feeds my wildlife, Deb. How are you doing, gorgeous? Have you had a nice weekend? God, those Sunday nights come around fast, don't they? You've never heard of tinned lentils, Ruth? You buy them they're sort of in the same aisle as all the tinned, like chickpeas and all of that sort of stuff. I did actually buy a bag of lentils, which I was going to use, and then I was reading the back of it, and it was like, simmer them for 10 minutes and skim off all the lentil trimmings, like bits of lentil and stuff, and I was like, I can't be bothered, it's Sunday night. So I went back down to the shop and just got a little tin of lentils, and I've just rinsed them and drained them and given them a bit of a rinse out of the can. So yeah, you can't get tinned lentils in London, really? That's kind of bizarre. But yeah, chooks, I would like to get chooks for the eggs, but there's so many people down here with chooks with eggs already that, it's just as easy. Like my friend Shxtty's got chooks, so there's no shortage of eggs. The little co-op's got a little chook house. Sorry, I'm making a bit of a mess here. I just want to pull the base of the onion out too. That snuck in. All good, honey. Sending big hugs. Well, big hugs back to you too, Deb. You're going to get some because you've got so many scraps. Yeah, they're great for getting rid of scraps for sure. Now, I'm not going to be overly precious with finely chopping onions. You guys should know by now I'm pretty rustic and I actually like chunky things in my soup, especially ones that you're not going to blend. I'm happy for the chunk. So we're going to just turn the element on to a medium to high heat. And like I said, I'm using a medium-sized saucepan. It's not like the biggest one in my thing. You don't need to use a gigantic one. And we'll just let that heat up for a little while. And we're going to be using coconut oil. But if you're not a coconut oil person, you can use sunflower oil is the oil he suggests. But I'm about the coconut oil. And it is, of course, a curried lentil, tomato and coconut soup. So, we want 2 tablespoons of oil. So either the coconut oil or if you want to use sunflower oil, that's fine as well. And I'm just guesstimating 2 tablespoons. You can measure it if you want, but don't be too precious with things like how much oil you use in a soup. Like if it's a bit under 2 tablespoons, it's not going to fuck it up. And if it's a bit over, it won't. Mel, hello, gorgeous. Morgan said you're still not 100%. I'm sorry I haven't sent you a message. I thought about you today when I was live. I was like, I really should check in on you. And Morgan was in the live and said that you're still not fully mended. I hope you feel better soon, gorgeous. I'm making a soup. Isn't it a bugger I can't send you a care package? Soup's great when you're not feeling great. Did you have a nasty flu thing? Because I've got a couple of friends who caught flus and they're still sick. Like one of them has been sick for 8 weeks. She just can't shake it. So we're just heating up this pot at the moment and just watching the coconut oil melt. Now, in other parts of Australia, coconut oil, even in winter, is liquefied. But in Tasmania, because it's so cold, our coconut oil is always like solid. But yeah, in other parts of Australia, it's always a liquid that you can just literally just pour. but not in cold Tassie. You're going to make a ham and veg soup. Yep, good girl. Don't tell Deb I never give my chook scraps. Well, I just did. Sorry. Oh, even your tongue is sore. Oh, Mel, no, you poor thing. Well, get some soup of love. Hey, Ozzy, good to see you, gorgeous. What did I see? Ruth has Googled it and discovered that you can buy tinned lentils. Well, there you go. This is such an easy recipe too, but my friend Andrew, the one whose sister-in-law, it was her funeral during the week, he, before the funeral, he's like, Tori, you've got to make this soup. And I thought I had, but I've made a different Yotam one before, which is also lentils, but it's a lentil yogurt and lemon soup, and it's so good. I've just got a message from StreamYard saying my reception's pretty average. That's because my laptop is sort of wedged in the corner over here. Hopefully it's disappeared again. 8 freaking weeks, screw that. I go to the shops and come home and I'm stuffed for hours. Yeah, that's what they've been saying too. And one of them can't get rid of this little sort of dry cough, and the other one is really tired all the time. So I'm so sorry, poor thing. I hate being sick at the best of times, but you've got a whole family to look after and feed and all that sort, all the housework, and not much fun. All right, so the coconut oil's nice and hot now, so I'm just going to chuck in the onion. And we're actually going to cook the onion. We're going to fry it for 8 minutes until it is soft and caramelized. We actually want it caramelized. So this isn't just cooking the onion till it's tender. This is caramelizing it. That's obviously going to be my tricky word to say tonight, will be caramelize. Oh, the lame cough. It sounds like you've got the same thing. And Andrew's got it too. Oh, shit. Screw the housework. Good attitude. But it's even down to little things like, going to the shops to get toilet paper or whatever you've got to do. So, yeah, 8 minutes, he reckons. And we are at a medium-high heat, and we're just going to fry that until it's caramelized. And he does say to stir it frequently, so I'm stirring it frequently. Although I'm just going to peel the garlic skins off, so when I add all the other ingredients in 8 minutes' time, they'll be good to go into the crusher. Oh, yeah, you've got the masks. At least it's not moist. What is not moist? Oh, the dry cough? At least you... Deb taking it straight into the gutter. What are you cooking for dinner, Deb? I'm going to have to wear a mask for the first time next Saturday. I'm flying. So a friend of mine actually told me she didn't tell me, she suggested that I just get used to wearing a mask this week, like just pop it on every now and then, because it will actually, my cousin was, in fact, he was here over Dark Moto. Oh, no, it was my friend Jo, actually, sorry, in Sydney. She just said, if you've got a mask, just start wearing it just so you get used to it, because my cousin Mem said the worst thing about travelling for her was the mask. So that was Jo's suggestion. So, Brizzy's out of restrictions now. Mel didn't even know we had lockdown. Uh-oh, the moist mucus plug. Yes, thank you, Mem. Oof. Well, I've told you the story. Actually, I've seen a photo of a mucus plug, and I really could have gone to my grave without ever seeing that. So the onion is certainly tenderizing, but it's not caramelizing yet. I'll show it to you again once it's caramelized a little bit. Oh, a bit of sauteed chicken at Deb's house, if anyone's craving a bit of sauteed chicken. Oh, guys, coming up soon on the Shxtty Kitty Kitchen and this channel, I'm making karaage chicken. If any of you are into Japanese food and you eat chicken, you would know that karaage chicken is to die for. I've picked up a recipe. I'm going to be making it very soon. It's essentially like a fried chicken. I'm so excited. I'll be getting some Kewpie mayonnaise and I've also got the Japanese flash fried rice with the egg to do still too. So we're going to be going to Japan for a little while. And the other thing I'm making, well, I'm going to film it tomorrow. I'm making salmon, egg and rice puff pastry parcels. My sissy's coming for dinner tomorrow night. So I'm going to do these beautiful salmon and egg. Like it's you boil the eggs and slice them up and pop them inside puff pastry along with the salmon and then this beautiful creamy sauce and rice and then bake it. Oh, my God. This is a veggie dish tonight. Yes, it is. I'm trying to make a point of doing at least, well, I try to, at least one veggie dish when I film, but I've just had for the last 2 nights in a row, in fact, the last 3 nights in a row, but all made slightly differently. I've had 3 vegetable stir fries. I had so many veggies to eat, but I didn't bother filming them because it's like, just watch me cut up some veggies and fry them up in a wok and put some. I did one last night. I had the veggies with sesame oil and sesame seeds on top. That was the one I did. On the first night and the second night, I ate the same batch, and I had just veggies with a Thai sort of stir-fry sauce that I made. It was pretty basic. Just some coconut milk, some Thai green curry paste, and I chucked in some garlic and a Spanish onion, and then a heap of veggies. So peanut satay. Oh, it was Grandma Ducky's birthday on the 28th. Did I know that? Everyone's telling me about their birthdays. Like, I know it's Morgan's on the 10th. And shit, now I've forgotten. Someone else in my life today's come their birthday. Well, a lot of July birthdays, actually. But I'm pretty sure I did a belated, or not a belated, an early happy birthday for Grandma Ducky. I actually sang happy birthday today on my live for anyone who has a birthday in January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. So that everyone's covered. Love a bit of Grandma Ducky action. So the onion's still just cooking away. It's not completely caramelised yet, but we're going to be adding quite a few yummy ingredients shortly. Let's chat about curry powder. Now, Yotam suggests for this one to use a mild curry powder or a medium curry powder. No such thing exists in my house. This is actually a jar that Andrew, again, my friend Andrew, he made hot curry powder a few years ago, and I make my own curry powders and just keep them in this cute little jar. So this was the curry powder he made. It had turmeric, chili, cinnamon, cumin, fenugreek, black peppercorns, coriander, ginger, yellow mustard seeds, poppy seeds. And it was back in 2015, and I'm still using this little jar because it's so cute. So I'm using my curry paste, homemade, which is quite a hot one, but a medium is fine. Do what you want. If you don't have any curry powder, you can use a curry paste. Actually, I might use my curry paste. I've still got some of that Madras curry paste floating around, I think. Or did I use it all? This is Bridget Jones searching for curry paste. Oh, here it is. No, that's miso paste. Me so hungry. I just did a massive clean out of my fridge, so everything went back in. I'm actually going to use this Madras curry that featured in my little video the other day, because this is a really beautiful little Tasmania plug. But this curry paste is incredible, so I'm actually going to use that instead of the curry powder. All right, we're starting to get some caramelization action happening now. So by getting the onions caramelized, it will add to the flavor of the soup. By caramelization, when it sort of starts to go a little bit brown, I don't know if you can see in there, but the color's changing a little bit. That's when it's caramelized. Just going to give it another minute because there's still a bit that needs caramelizing. But it adds like a sort of nutty, by caramelizing things, it adds a sort of sweet nutty flavor to dishes. So if a recipe says caramelize it, just do that. So yeah, you can use a curry paste or a powder, whatever you want. Now, Ruth. Oh, you've looked it up online. Did you? T&D curries. We got this when we went to the farmers market the last time down at Brim Creek. And they did actually give me a couple of recipes with it, but it's actually won an Australian Food Awards silver medal in 2018. It's an award-winning Tasmanian curry paste, but it's beautiful. So if you've got some curry paste open in the fridge, use that. Or if you haven't, crack open some curry powder, whatever you've got. All right, this is looking pretty good now, pretty caramelized. See, there's a fair bit of brownage in there. So we'll start to get the other ingredients that we're going to chuck into the pot, starting with some curry. You want a tablespoon of either paste or powder. Aussie, I'm feeding Butthead and listening. Feeding time. I know I always go live when it's feeding time at the zoo, but that's part of the fun. People pop in and out and say good day, and I just like going. I mean, I cook every night, and I just like going live and showing you what I'm up to. And I definitely want to show you this salmon thing tomorrow because it's yum. Now give the curry powder a bit of a stir through all the curry paste. Oh, gosh, that smells incredible. This is such a good curry paste. I love it. We're going to crush a couple of cloves of garlic as well. I'm just going to take that off the heat for a sec because the heat's pretty high. And I'm chatting too much. I'll pop it back on and just focus on the ingredients, and I'll come back to chat in a sec. Oh, I've just put garlic all over the place. So that was 2 cloves of crushed garlic. I love my new garlic crusher, by the way, guys. Oh, yes, I do. We're also going to add some chili flakes. Now, if you don't have chili flakes, chili powder will do too, but with chili powder and chili flakes, they can make a dish super hot. So because I'm using, or the Madras curry paste actually isn't that hot, it's kind of a medium. So I will put a 1/4 teaspoon. But if you don't like super hot, you can leave the chili out or do 1/8 teaspoon. This little spoon collection has actually got an 1/8 teaspoon mix. Now, I'm actually going to take that off for a sec because I do need to chop up the ginger. I should have done this before I went live. With ginger, holy shit, I had no idea how expensive it is. This piece of ginger that I bought, I went through the checkout, like a self-checkout, and punched in ginger. This was, I'll show you the garlic press in a minute, Ruth. I'm under the pump at the moment. This was $7, this piece of bloody ginger. So I'm making lots of ginger teas at the moment and lemon. It was bigger. It was out to like here. $7. But ginger, keep it in a container in your fridge with wet paper towel and like a lid that you can seal it up. It'll last for weeks and weeks and weeks. But you do need to change the paper towel over and keep it damp. So check it every couple of days. You don't have to change the paper towel every single time, but you do need to keep it damp. But we're just going to quickly do this, and then I'll show you the other things in a sec. This is kind of the critical building the flavours part of the cook. Now, I was going to show you that you can actually peel ginger really easily with a teaspoon, but I'm going to leave that because, yeah, I want to get the base of the soup happening, and then I'll show you the garlic press in a sec. Hold your horses. But yeah, $7. I couldn't believe it. Now, if you don't have fresh ginger, you can use the powdered ginger. Again, like whatever you've got works. It's a soup, right? And you're not feeding the queen, so don't go into a decline. You quite often will have everything you need in your spices in your kitchen, so just use them. But I'm just going to get the ginger chopped up. Oh, I just flicked my camera off. Sorry, we're back. So we want about a 4 centimetre piece of ginger. I mean, I'm just kind of doing that much. Still a little bit of skin on there that I'll scrape up with the knife. And you want to finely chop the ginger. Like, I love ginger, but I can't handle the texture of it. So I chop the crap out of it. I don't like how it's kind of stringy. I usually use powdered ginger, to be honest, but not when I've got a $7 piece of friggin' ginger in my fridge. If you want to make a really nice tea for when you're not feeling well, put like a cup of water or a cup and a half of water, like a teacup and a half, in a little saucepan with some slices of ginger and lemon peel and a bit of lemon juice, and then put some honey in the bottom of the teacup, and you just put that on the stove and boil it for like a couple of minutes. Don't serve it with the ginger or the lemon rind, but it's a really good homemade thing. Yeah, jar ginger too is really good. But I've grabbed the ginger and then I paid for it because I was in the self-checkout. I didn't know how to cancel it. I mean, I suppose I could have got one of the girls to come over and help me, but anyway, let me just finish chopping this up and you've got to stir for a couple of minutes and get all these beautiful flavours combining. So I just want to do this little bit and then I'll have a bit of a chat. Well, I'll keep assembling. It's a soup, so we'll just assemble the soup and then we can chat all night if we want. Okay. I'm going to do one more fine chop and then we'll chuck that in. But we're going to fry all of these beautiful aromats together for a couple of minutes. So don't forget, in the pot we've got the coconut oil, an onion that we've actually fried for about 8 minutes so that it's actually caramelized. And we've added to that a tablespoon of curry powder or curry paste, whatever you're working with, some chili flakes, 2 crushed garlic cloves and ginger. But you do want to let all of these flavours sort of mix together and create this beautiful, delicious, spicy base for your soup. It's crazy expensive, Ruth. Shalom, Ian Ellis. So this is, I'll give you a bit of a look of how it's all coming on. It's just incredibly beautiful, the flavours coming out of this pot. We'll start adding other ingredients now that the ginger's had a bit of a burl. So next up, a can of lentils. Like I said, I just bought them. I did buy packet lentils, the split ones. You need to boil them for about 10 minutes and you've got to keep skimming scuzz off the top. This was heaps easier. I just poured the tin into a strainer, drained them and then rinsed them and got rid of all the lentil jizz. Now, if you use tinned lentils and you're draining them and washing them, rinsing them, you will get a foam sitting up on top. So you keep rinsing till the foam, the jizz, as I call it, disappears. So that's a tin of lentils that's going in. My kitchen smells amazing. Give that a minute of stirring. I haven't forgotten the garlic press, Ruth. We'll just assemble the soup because it's got to cook for like 20 minutes. Now, he does say stirring continuously, but I'm having a sip of my red wine. It does smell heavenly. It's incredible. Raja do frozen crushed ginger cubes. Nice. You could be feeding the Queen, Aussie, you could. Deb, I started using the bottled stuff as ginger at the supermarket. It was never fresh and expensive. Was really fresh, but it was also fucking expensive. $7. I just stood there going, oh, shit. Oh, well, I'm committed. Okay, next we're going to chuck in a tin of tomatoes. I'm just using diced tomatoes. You can use crushed. If you want to use whole tomatoes, chop them up a little bit before you pop them in the soup because you don't want to be ladling soup into your mouth and getting a whole tomato. My friend Andrew actually added a second tin of tomatoes just to bulk it up a bit more. And I reckon I'm going to do the same. You probably get another serve or two just by adding another can of tomatoes as well. But I also wanted to get that in because it was starting to become a bit of a dry pan. Get a bit of liquid in so it can all just sit there and do things happily for a minute. The next thing, and I will be chatting with you guys very soon properly, the next thing is coriander stalks. Now, most people, if they buy a bunch of coriander, they just use the leaves, but we're actually going to be using the stalks. These have got incredible flavour. So I'm just going to slice off all the stalks. We're going to be using coriander leaves as well, but these are going to go into the soup, and you just chop them like chives. But they add a beautiful flavour, unless you don't like coriander. But people that don't like coriander leaves don't really have a problem with the stalks, I find. The secret for me with coriander is I don't like the leaves when they're intact, but if they're chopped really finely, I think they have a beautiful flavour. So we're going to add those. Give that a bit of a stir, and now we're going to add 600 mils of water. So there is extra liquid in there that I had forgotten about. My God, this smells incredible. So 600 mils, there is 600 mils in there, but when I tilt it, you can't see 600 mils of water. Okay, we can relax now that there's lots of liquid in there, and a healthy chunk of salt, about a teaspoon. I just do it by hand out of my little salt pig. And as Yotam says, a shitload of cracked black pepper. He doesn't say a shitload. He says, and a very generous grind of pepper. Ooh. I love pepper. I'm always really generous with pepper anyway. But you're speaking my language, Yotam. All right, Ski. That is looking absolutely amazing. Hang on, I'll show it to you. Can you see how pretty that is? With those little green coriander stalks especially. It's a very pretty little oop. Now, here's the weird part of the recipe. I've never done this before, ever. I'm trying to think what bowl I'll use. This one, maybe. Oh, and I'll show you the garlic crusher before I do this next part. So it has got garlic in it because I just crushed it. Let me just get rid of that. I'll give it a quick rinse. So it's very similar to the one my mum had. It's very heavy, which you need because you want it to have a bit of force behind it. But it's a really basic, I'm just giving it a dry if you're wondering what I'm doing. It's a really basic concept and they work a treat, and it's very similar to my mum's. My mum actually, hers had rubber grips on the handle, but it's literally just, sorry, it's still a bit grubby, but it's literally just garlic goes in there and forces it through. And then when you go to clean it, there's this little grid on this side and you flip it around that way and it pushes all the garlic through, so it's easy to remove. See? Look at that. And it cost $10. So I'm over the moon. I finally have, and it also holds a couple of cloves at a time. So I'm very happy. I'm going to pop the oven on too in a minute. Well, not yet. I'll do this thing first. We're going to be whisking some coconut milk. Now, I've never done this before, ever. It's kind of weird. But there must be a reason to it. Yotam doesn't make us do weird things for no reason. These cans of coconut milk are super cheap. They're really good, but they're a pain in the ass to open. My can opener hates them. Although it's actually done really well this time. I'll just get rid of the lid. The lid, this can opener sucks. The lids sink into the whatever you've opened. I used to have one that had a little magnet on it that would keep the lid away from whatever. It was from Coles, Aussie. And it was $10. Like when Mum's broke, I have tried 3 or 4, as you know, different ones. And then there's a section, like an aisle in Coles, that they've got this sort of cookware. And I spotted it, and it was $10. And it's exactly like well, it's not exactly. It's exactly the same concept as my Mum's. The only difference is it doesn't have rubber grips. But, I mean, it doesn't need it. It's stylish as fuck. Morgan sent you an electric can opener. It's amazing. My mum and dad used to have one of those. I've got such limited bench space but they're bloody awesome. I used to love my mum and dad's one. And that used to had a little magnet that used to have the lid still attached. You probably open a shitload more cans than I do too, Mel. So what we're going to do next is we've opened up the coconut milk. And we're going to leave about 4 tablespoons of coconut milk in the can because we're going to use that when serving. So put nearly all of it in. I don't actually need to keep 4 tablespoons because I've got a couple of little miniature coconut milk cans that I can use when I eat this soup for lunch and stuff like that. Oh, it's compact and battery operated. Oh, how cool. And we're going to whisk it. We're whisking coconut milk until it's smooth and creamy. Well, it's already smooth. So I don't know what this is going to do. And he says to whisk it gently. I'm wondering if it's because the coconut milk he uses comes and it's, the old cans that have the shitloads of water and then just a little bit of coconut down the bottom and you've got to mix it together. I don't know, but I'm curious to see if this makes a difference. And I'm not whisking it gently either. But I'm wondering if it's, I don't know, because coconut milk, when you get it, when it's water on top and the coconut's down the bottom, you just give it a really good shake. Now the soup's just happily cooking over here. This is the last ingredient, by the way. So it's pretty simple. And if I hadn't have been chatting, we would have assembled all of this in about 15 minutes. I really can't tell any difference. It's smooth. It's creamy. Look, fuck it. It's going in. It's Sunday night. I'm not standing here whisking coconut milk for 20 minutes. Won't it be amazing if I eat the soup and I'm like, oh my God, that whisked coconut milk has made all the difference. So we're just going to add that, and then we want to bring this up to the boil. And then it needs to simmer for about 20-25 minutes. I generally interested. Good. Hey, smell me something good, Grandma Ducky. Hello. It's a vegetarian soup tonight. Gorgeous. Bit of curried lentil, tomato, and coconut. I don't know if you'll be able to see it very well from a distance, but it's a beautiful. Hang on, I'll show you again. It's a beautiful red, creamy soup, and it's got those beautiful little pops of green from the coriander stalks. But we're just going to crank this up a tiny bit and get it up to a boil, and then we're going to drop it down to medium heat and let it simmer for 25 minutes. But because the lentils were tinned, I don't actually think we need to do it for that long, but I will heat it up just to let it simmer. And I need to get the oven happening so I can do the bread. 200 degrees for the oven. And it's Sunday night, so I am not baking bread. I did actually Google a couple of his flatbread recipes and read a few in the books of his that I've got, and I was like, I'm not making flatbread on a Sunday night. So I've just bought some of those ready to bake at home white dinner rolls that you literally whack the oven up to 200. What's 200 for you guys? 400 Fahrenheit roughly, 375, something like that. But these cook and get really crunchy really quickly, and they're just delicious with lots of butter on them. So Sunday night cooking, and I don't eat a lot of bread, but these are just perfect, especially to have soup for lunch for the next couple of days. I'll take a load of it to work with me on Tuesday, and I'm going to have it for lunch tomorrow as well. There's no lamb, Grandma Ducky. I promise you, baby girl. All right, we're nearly up to the boil. I might tidy up the bench a little bit while this is just simmering. It won't. I'm not going to boil it for 25 minutes. The lentils came out of a tin. If you had rinsed like split lentils, dried lentils, you probably would want them to cook for about 25 minutes. But you do need to give them a really good rinse because they do have a lot of little bits and pieces that you need to like rinse them properly, like give them a really good strain, or boil them for about 10 minutes and take all the scuzz off the top and then just chuck them in, and they won't need 25 minutes. I just need like 10 minutes. You do want all the flavours to mingle. This is so yummy. Now, this soup, like I said, if you wanted to, you could blitz it, but this is going to be served chunky. Thank the heavens above. I thought you'd be happy, Grandma Ducky. I did actually think about you when I was choosing what I was going to do tonight. But soups are good too, like to bake on a Sunday, because then you've got lunches or dinners sorted. Like a lot of people who work on Mondays, they get home Monday night and they don't necessarily want to cook. So if you make a beautiful pot of soup on Sunday, have it for dinner Sunday night and then have it for dinner Monday night. Deb, I love those rolls. I make lock cocktail sausage in them, and he thinks they are wonderful. They are wonderful. I don't buy them very often, but I was looking at all the flatbread recipes and thinking, I don't know if I can be bothered with flatbreads and yeast and all that sort of shit on a Sunday night. And I was like, bugger it. This is honest cooking here. We don't have to make everything from scratch all the time. I love dinner rolls. I have a few rolls myself. Yeah, I've got a few rolls. We've all got a few rolls. Well, no, probably not everyone, but I do. But yes, no lamb. And in fact, Grandma Ducky, for the next few days on the menu, I'm going to be doing this amazing salmon, egg and puff pastry and rice dish. My sister's coming for dinner tomorrow night. It's going to be making that. I'm also soon going to make some karaage chicken. If anyone loves Japanese teriyaki chicken is beautiful. And I'm also going to do another vegetarian dish fairly soon, which is that Japanese flash fried rice with an egg. Deb, you can tell Grandma Ducky what lock is. Just watching the oven. It needs to get up to 200. I'm just going to put a few things off my bench so the cleanup's not too crazy. I'm just going to rinse out the tins and put them in the recycling. Actually, on the Lockie thing, my friend Ange, who married we're boiling, by the way, so I'm just going to turn that down so that it just simmers just for like 10 minutes. We've got the bread rolls to heat up, but also simmering it will make it thicken a little bit. It'll reduce it a bit. But yeah, Locke. So my friend Ange married an American Marine, and they chose the name Lachlan for their son as well. But because it's more commonly spelled Lachlan, Americans, when they were telling them Lachlan and showing how it was written, they're going, oh, Lachlan, that's an unusual name. So they ended up spelling it Lochlan. And now a lot of the Americans, when he's enrolled at school and stuff, they call him Lachlan. But it's a fine Scottish name, and he's a Lockie, but he's an Lochie because, yeah, they were calling him, like, when they were saying his name's going to be Lachlan and showing how to write it, they're going, oh, Lachlan, and now they say Lachlan. And they go, no, like the Loch Ness Monster, Loch, Scottish, Loch, Loch, Loch. Let's catch and eat. All right, let's catch and eat the Loch Ness Monster. Why not? So, but your Lockie's in LA, isn't he, Deb? An LACH. One more can. At least I've got the recycling out of the way. I'm just looking for little jobs. Oh no, I've got... Bring this over. Yes, that's another thing too. Like in Tasmania, there is a suburb called Lachlan, but it's pronounced Lachlan. So it's spelled like most people would spell Lachlan. What's in the pot, please? There's soup. It's curried lentil, tomato, and coconut soup, thanks to Yotam Ottolenghi, who we love. I'm just going to chop up some coriander. I'm finding little jobs to do while we're simmering our soup and the oven is warming up. And I'm just tidying as I go. Tidy as I go. You guys are all very chatty. So in the pot, Grandma Ducky, I'll just quickly run through what we did. First up, we put a couple of tablespoons of coconut oil and we chopped up an onion and cooked it for about 8 minutes so that it softened and also caramelized to give it that beautiful sort of sweet, nutty flavour. Then we added, I added a tablespoon of a Madras curry paste, but you could also use a tablespoon of a curry powder. Go with what taste you like. I like hot, but if you want to go medium, you can. Then there was a quarter of a teaspoon of chili flakes, 2 garlic cloves, which we crushed, and then a 4 centimetre piece of ginger, which I peeled, and I finally chopped that. 4 centimetres works out to like 30 grams, and if you're trying to picture 30 grams, think of an old-fashioned matchbox. And we cooked all of that in the coconut oil and got all the beautiful flavours coming out, all the aromats, got it all mixed in together. Then I added a tin of red lentils that I had drained and rinsed. And you need to rinse all the lentil jizz off the top. Then the recipe says 1 400-gram tin of tomatoes, but my friend Andrew, who recommended this recipe, said he put in a second tin just to add a bit more tomato to it. So I did the same thing. And then we added coriander stalks that we finely chopped up. So the ends of these got chopped up. And then we added almost a whole tin of coconut milk. We reserved a little because we're going to drizzle that on the top at the end. And that's it. Oh, sorry, and a shitload of salt and pepper. Ducky, the longer I can't do this video, the more I think to put in it. If I wait till 2022, it'll be a movie. Is this for Grandma Ducky's birthday movie? Cute. Speaking of birthdays, I rang my friend Beck today, this afternoon. It's her birthday. I'm just going to finely chop up some coriander to go on top. It's got to be finely chopped for me. Some people are happy just to put I'm going to use that bigger block. The leaves on. Gross. Can't do that. It's got to be finely chopped for Tori, but you do what you like. I love the flavour of coriander or cilantro when it's finely chopped, but the leaves, the texture, yuck. But you go with whatever works for you. You couldn't hear me. Are you not able to hear me? Have I been live and chatting and not speaking the whole time? Well, not audible. Oh, shit, I've just realised the microphone is behind the laptop. Are you able to hear me at all, guys, or is it really bad? Because I set up the microphone, but to push the laptop out of the screen, I've got my laptop like opened flat and leaning up against my kitchen wall. You can hear me? Oh, cool. All right. That microphone's doing a great job because it's behind a laptop. So good mic. Finally chopping this coriander. Now, hopefully Anne-Marie, who was in here earlier, she's going to teach me how to download my videos to my phone because I really love the editor on my phone. I've got an editor on my laptop, but it's quite complex and tricky. All right, finely chopped coriander. Happy Tori. I'll just put that in a little dish. Ducky's always naughty. That's why we love her. She's funny. She's funny like Sunny, who's spent 98% of the day asleep on my bed because that's what Sunny does in winter. Sunny knows she's a cat. She sleeps all day. Biscuit wanted to party all day because she was a dog or a human. Ducky is adorable. Okay, so the oven is now heated to 200. We're going to whack in a couple of rolls. Just use a little baking tray. I'll just do a couple. So these are little bread rolls and they only take 3 to 5 minutes to bake, but on a pretty hot oven. 200 fan force, 220 if not. So we're just going to chuck them in. Get some butter. I'm pretty sure the thing said 3 to 5 minutes. Yep. Or until golden brown. The assembly station. Get these things out of the way. No, don't ever behave, Grandma Ducky, or I'll have to Block you. Oh, you like snacking on coriander, Ruth? Wow, that's odd. I love using it in cooking, but I have to chop it really fine. I used to skimp it. If a recipe had coriander, I used to use parsley, and then I discovered one day that you can chop the crap out of it and it becomes an enjoyable herb. And that's what I do now, and I love it. Have we eaten the flamingo yet? No, it's still out there, being a watering can. It's a hard working one. So it's quite a thin, so like it's chunky, but it's got a decent amount of liquid in it. You'd probably get, he says 4 serves, but for me, like I don't have a massive appetite at night. I like to eat a bigger lunch. So I probably will get 6 serves out of this, especially when I take it into town for work, for lunch. And we've got a little oven at work that I'll be able to do the bread in. Yeah, fennel. I could munch on fennel for sure. You've missed a few videos, Grandma Ducky. Coriander, you guys and your big words. Cilantro, Dale. Cilantro. Coriander is cilantro. I don't know why countries have different words for the same foods. Like what we call an eggplant, you call an aubergine. What we call a zucchini, you call a courgette. What we call coriander, you call cilantro. It gets confusing for everyone. This smells so good, guys. Yum. And it's a yachim. I'm just going to have a little taste test to see if it requires any additional seasonings. I doubt it because it's got curry paste and chili and garlic and onion. It actually needs, oh, God, that's good. It needs, oh, yum. I'm going to put, it's a little bit more salt and a little bit more pepper in. I just want it to have a bit more bolshiness. It's really yummy, but I just want it to have a bit of an extra boost. Another thing that would be really yummy with it is to just drizzle some lemon juice over the top of it. It's not under-seasoned, but I want it to be a bit more robust. We're too fancy for you. No one ever calls Australians fancy. Oh, and my promise to Joey Wilson, every time I go live, anytime anyone's in a chat on YouTube, if you see anybody, just checking the bread, perpetuating the rumour that Joey and Space Monster are the same person, it is your duty to her to let everyone know that they are very different people. So, yes, I know that you guys all know that, but it's just a reminder. Yeah, we did the salt out of the salt pig. But, yeah, poor Joey was really upset earlier. And doing the dishes with Dave is what I called him, Mel Mel. I don't know. He's a Chris Watts channel. He's an Australian dude. Joey did a video about him. There's a rumour you're tiny hands. Nah. There was a rumour that I was NewsTubers Live, and then I did a live saying, okay, confession, I am, after I'd been on a panel with her, and people still believed it. And then NewsTubers messaged me and said, I'm getting trolled. Can you change the title of your video? So I did. Tiny Hands has been around forever. Tiny Hands has been around a long time. Tiny Hands is pretty funny. So I'd take it as a compliment, Mel. It'd be worse if someone was accusing you of being an asshole. Better than your nickname of Man Hands. Yeah, see, I feel like in winter, because I've got pale hands from, my winter Tasmanian tan, I feel like my hands are man hands. It was discussed in some Discord group called, well, God. Well, I'd take it as a compliment because tiny hands is funny. Like, I'd rather be accused of being, like, I was quite happy to be the rumour with me and newstubers because newstubers has got a sense of humour. But if it was some angry bastard, you'd be pissed off, right? I forgot about me bread rolls. They're probably really crunchy now. Oh, no. I'm going to give them another minute or two. They're not as brown as I'd like them. I want them gold brown and piping hot. Yeah, Discord's a nightmare. Who'd want to be part of a Discord? I was in one for about 11 minutes. I shared a story in there that I said, I don't want this to be made public. And within 10 minutes, the creator of that Discord went live and shared that story. Discord, don't even ask, Grandma Ducky. You do not want to know. Stay innocent and sweet. I'm just going to put my $783,000 blob of ginger back in the fridge. Yeah, you're better off not knowing anything about Discord. It's Discord by name, Discord by nature. Nothing good comes out of Discord ever. Ever. And all these people that are in Discords and sharing all this stuff, and then they fall apart, and suddenly all these private chat screenshots come out, and Discord is a server. It used to be like primarily a gamers server, and it's kind of like the old-fashioned internet forums with a main chat room and then little private chat rooms, and that's kind of what it is. But yeah, nothing good ever comes out of a Discord. Just stay away. All right, I'm going to turn the soup off because it's good to go and it smells divine. In fact, it's piping hot. So let's ladle that up while the bread finishes cooking. And I always, with soup, with a ladle, I always get like a lot of the chunk and drain off some of the liquid. This is hearty and full of flavour, I've got to say. And it didn't blow my tits off either, the chili curry aspect of it. But it's a Madras curry, which is kind of like a medium one. It's not like a hardcore one. But yeah, I'll probably get 6 or maybe even 7 meals out of this. And you can freeze this soup for up to a month. So there it is naked before I dress it. But it's a gorgeous, rich tomato-coloured soup. And then we're going to drizzle some of that coconut milk that we reserved in the tin. The rest of this I'll put into like a little container in the fridge next to the tub of soup. And whenever I make soup, I will put a little drizzle of coconut milk and then some fresh coriander on top. Can you see that, guys? Birdie nom nom. Now I reckon the bread will be just about perfect. My little rolls. Oh, they're piping hot. Oh, what was that? I guess what was that? I missed it. I got blocked for a channel saying I'm not here to fuck spiders. I've used that expression on YouTube too, and I don't think I got called weird, but they were like, huh? I'm sure there are some Discords that are fine, but most end up being gossip places and screenshots. Exactly. I'm supposed to be one for wire wrapping. No, the Discord actually made my laptop, and I've got a really good laptop, like a very new one, and like an excellent one, but Discord actually fucks with my laptop. So another reason I'm happy to not have Discord. Oh, these are piping hot and burny. But I'm just going to put lashings of butter because it's Sunday night, and who doesn't love lashings of butter and hot bread with soup on a Sunday night, or any night of the week, to be honest. Lashings of butter. Oh, I saw your comment, Ruth, too, about these little butter knives. I'm using another one of them. I mean, it's a similar one to the one I used the other day, but yeah, these little butter knives are the best. But yeah, you want lots of yummy, melty butter in your little bread rolls. See the little melty butter happening in there. Get that out of the way. I'll get this out of the way. I'm really happy with my dinner, and if I hadn't have been chattering away on YouTube, that would have all been cooked pretty quickly. It's a pretty easy recipe, especially if you're using the tinned lentils and stuff like that. Didn't take long at all. Even the bread, like 5 minutes. Oh, of course it's Duck River butter, Deb. Is there any other butter on the planet? Guys, this is porn when it comes to butter. This is porn. Joey, I just did a reminder for everyone I came up with an idea, which I hope will help a little bit. In the chat earlier when you disappeared, but I was saying if everyone goes when they go live, just remind everyone that you're not Space Monster, and if anyone's in a chat where that's been discussed, to try and correct people. Now, look, whether or not they listen, don't know, but at least we can try and get the word out there. Okay, I'm sorry, so sorry that it's affecting you, but I also said and reiterated, just think about who's saying the stuff and how little that fuckwit means to you, and try to remind yourself of that every time something happens. Just think about the source. If it's someone that you care about, you're going to talk to them about it. If it's someone you don't give a flying flip about, then you've got to just remind yourself of that, and then hopefully over time it won't affect you. But I did go on to say, I mean, I'm highly sensitive, and people saying shitty things does affect me. But I realised with YouTube, I just had to get to a point where it's like, okay, who was the source of this nastiness? And if it's not someone I give a shit about, your name isn't shit at all, Joey. Not at all. Don't let this guy affect you. You keep doing what you're doing on your channel. You're good and honest and funny. What do you want to do? I wish I had a way to notify people to do private lives, like invite only. How do I set that up to send links privately? People's emails. Yeah, you'd need to contact them away from the public eye of YouTube for sure. Crunchy bread. I'm getting my stool. I can't adjust my camera, but yum. I agree, Mel. I think it's racist that they think we all sound the same. All right, the bread rolls cook in the oven from Coles. Hang on. They're a 10 out of 10. I mean, seriously, little dinner rolls. They're so crunchy on the outside and they're really tender on the inside, and the butter just gets all soaked up. And now the soup, guys. It's really, like, pretty. It's a lot redder than it probably looks for you guys, but it's got lovely chunky bits of tomato, coriander stems, fresh coriander, that little drizzle of coconut milk on top. Oh, yum. Hang on. There you go. This is delicious. It's a 500 out of 10. It's delicious. Those carrot cake muffins I made yesterday are 1,000 out of 10. Seriously, guys, you've got to make them. Carrot cake muffins with a cream cheese filling and a spiced honey glaze over the top. Holy fuck. I did have one today. It wasn't as fresh and as, no, it was still fresh, but it wasn't as light and moist as it was yesterday. So they really are like blow your tits off on the first date. Super delicious today too. But I've kept a couple for when my sister comes over tomorrow night, and I'm going to actually heat them up in the oven and then do a new batch of the honey glaze, the spiced honey glaze. Hey, Anne-Marie, I could try that. Why not? That would, but I mean, I was on a panel with NewsTubers Live, and people were still saying we were the same person. Good idea, though, Mel. I mean, it could be really short and sweet. I don't know why people don't go, oh, I'll go and listen to Space Monster for 5 minutes, and now I'll listen to Joey. They're different people. But the thing is, when NewsTubers Live and I were compared, I always think NewsTube Live sounds a little bit like our beautiful friend Mem being there. I don't think we sound alike, but I agree. I think it's a bit, I don't know if it's racist, but like I don't sound like Wendy V. Neither do you, Mel. I'm thinking of adding the honey glaze to lots of... Oh, that honey glaze was so easy. So the honey glaze was literally half a cup of honey, half a teaspoon of mixed spice, and a tablespoon of water. And you just put it in a little saucepan and cook it up for about 3 minutes, let it bubble and bubble, and it thickens. Mel, I feel like you need to get up on panel so you can chat to people in chat while I'm eating. It's so yummy, Anne-Marie. It's delicious. It is very tomatoey soup too, Mel, so you may not like it, but the lentils and the curry and everything. Exactly. That's a good point too, Mel. Joey goes up on cam. Spacey doesn't cam up. Did you hear that person that called Mrs. House and told the whole chat to go, what the freak? Who's Mrs. House? What was that? I've got to see where I think I've missed half of Joey. I went on Natasha's live to clear up my vid to her. He gets on and screams, why did you tell me to kill myself? Space Monster apparently did, not me. Oh, yeah, well, that's terrible. We've got to work out how to fix this. So then it sways off the topic. Everyone's angry. Nothing gets said again. And yes, I know a lot of people can't take me, but I don't say that shit. No, you wouldn't, darling. You're gorgeous. Link me. Okay, Mel. I'm just going to drop it in chat. So, oh shit, how do I control V? Actually, I'm going to have to, I'm on bloody tablet mode. How do I go back to not being in tablet mode? I don't know how to control V. How do you control V? Hey, Australian Ellis. Yeah, way to go, Sabina. Pleamy. I love that you're watching it. Oh, shit, it's only 6:10. Cool, I've got plenty of time before the Sunday night elimination. Momo, I don't know how to control... It won't let me control V using my keyboard because I'm in tablet mode. And the keyboard that comes up is teeny tiny. What's that thing? Oh, that doesn't help me. And clipboard. Oh, no, that's history. Actually, what if I turn that on? Oh, hang on. Here we go. Oh, you need to go and lay down. I don't know if that link's going to work. I just worked it out. You've got to pop up for 5 minutes just to tell me I'm amazing that I worked out how to do the link. If anyone's over at the Shxtty Kitty Kitchen channel, we're all in Traces of Nuts, by the way. I'm good, Australian Ellis. How are you doing? Anyone can click that link if you want to jump up, and then I can eat. Melcrow Soft. Melcrow Soft, hello.
Hi.
Oh, you poor thing.
I'm half dead, but that's all right. You eat your buns and your soup, and hi everyone.
It's yummy.
Putting a note out there for Joey. Joey is not Space Monster. We all know Space Monster, and we all know Joey, and they're not the same person.
I've got someone who's just clicked the link. Rev's EBT card. I don't think it's a good idea to add that person. I could get pawned.
Yeah.
I don't. Isn't Rev like a divisive YouTuber? I can't remember. It's either young one whose mum died.
I don't know.
There's like Rev and Rex and Rel and.
Yeah, I've seen Rev on Ash's channel, Rep Ash.
Oh, it's Australian Ellis.
Aussie Ellis has been everywhere lately.
Does he keep his doodle in his pants?
I think so.
All right, we're adding him.
Debit card. Ooh.
Sorry, I just got to get I got to get some headphones. Hey, I'll be back in 1 sec.
Okay, Groover.
Well, at least he's not getting his doodle, so that's something.
So yeah, Joey is not Space Monster, but that's a good idea, Mel. Do you reckon? I mean, I could orchestrate it. I don't know if I want to, but we could. I think someone's in the spotlight a bit at the moment, and I'm not sure I want to.
Yeah.
Contentious.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. I didn't even realize that some stuff was still going on because there's channels I don't watch anymore. And I sent her a text message and asked if she was all right, and didn't get nothing back.
Serenity B.
Hey, beautiful.
Hey, gorgeous. Ruth, as long as his headphones aren't in his pants. Joey's like, who's this dude? Australian Ellis has come into my chat quite a few times. He is a very Aussie dude with his sense of humour that not everyone have got one time, and a few people got a bit offended, I think. But I kind of
He's a good boy here. He's a good. He behaves himself here.
Yeah, and it's good to have different people jumping up, and he's always been good value. But just a few people didn't get his sarcasm, but that happens to the best of it, doesn't it, Mel?
Yeah, true that.
See, look, Joey tried to clear her name on MRB, but no.
Yeah, that's probably not the best place to right now because they think everyone's Robbie.
Well, I did get a message to watch MRB last night or yesterday, whenever her live was, that Space Monster was on, but there was this other chick on there, Jeanette, who's kind of like, I don't know if you've encountered FoxyBot in your travels, but she sort of reminded me of a mix of FoxyBot and German lady.
Okay.
So although she's Dutch, so she had FoxyBot's passion and ability to talk a lot. And then I guess the accenty kind of part of it was more the German lady. But anyway, Jeanette was very passionate and fired up about everything. But there's a person that came into the chat called Sweet Crazy Brown.
Oh, Sweet Crazy. She's been around for a little while.
Boy, and isn't she? And I don't think Space Monster realised that there's a heap of people that have added Brown in their names because of
Yeah.
that Mick
Fod,
Brown,
Mike Brown, yeah.
Mark and Brandy.
Yeah.
Because Robbie's also got a similar surname. He instantly thought it was.
Mike and Brandy are married, aren't they?
Yeah.
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 Well, you know me, Tori. I'm up to my tits in drama. I'm all over the place, apparently. Up to my tits in drama, and I'm just got my finger in all the pies, and I'm on panels everywhere, and
well, hang on a sec. Before you take all the glory, yes, you were mentioned in that video, but it was also ripping me to shreds, and I even got called a bitch.
Yeah.
Mel and I apparently up to our tits in drama, which I found a bit harsh considering I'd just lost Cherie and had pretty much spent my week back in a I'm grieving again slump. And Mel and I were touching base to talk about Mel's lurgy. And that was pretty much the extent of our conversations for the previous week before we were accused of being up to our tits in drama, was us talking about grief and snot.
Mm. Yeah.
But which in a way, grief and snot, I guess, could be seen to be drama in some people's lives. But
well, it could be. It could be. I mean, I see you on everyone's panel. You're a panel whore. You know, like I've seen you on what? 0 panels for the past year, Tori, and I'm sick of it. I'm sick of seeing your face on there, you know?
Well, I'm up to my tits in drama, but I don't even know which one, because I can't get my head around Rev, Rex, Rel, Negs, Merc, Mexi. Like they've all their names blend into one big blob, and I don't know who's from where.
Yeah, yeah. I've been Netflixing. So the only channel I go to is basically Vinny's. If I do pop my head in, it's just to say hi to other people in some different channels. That's about it. I don't talk about people inside chats. I don't make videos about people. It's the kettle calling the pot black. And
being discreet for a reason too. Raging Eagle, hello.
Oh, Raging Eagle. Rev ZBT card. Aussie Ellis is having internet connection problems.
And Bluetooth headphone problems too.
Oh.
I know, but look at us now. Here we are, Mel, on a panel with a person trying to join us with the word Rev in their name. You watch. The rumours all fly. Was that the comment in?
And look, can I just say, me being up to my tits in drama, I'm 45 this year. Mine are right down near my ankles, so that's not very high at all.
Well, me being up to my tits in drama, I'm 54 and didn't bear children, and I still have the perkiest breasts in my family.
Shut up.
But what I wanted to say was I've been on YouTube since 2018, like going live. I was on YouTube prior to that, but not this whole live thing, right? You and I met based on a conversation we had not that long ago on one of the panels in Molly Go Lightly's chat one time.
Yes.
You were telling her to come to Australia, and I was like, don't tell her you're Australian. She hates Australians. She's all bitches. So you actually remembered where we met, even though other YouTube creators have told people that we both arrived together from some, I don't know, secret enclave that we were in. That's how Mel and I met. Mel and I have moved in completely different YouTube circles, and at times have been really like fond of creators that the other one can't stand. That's never been an issue with us. It's rarely even come up to conversation except for us to laugh at that. But I like to comment about things I see on YouTube just like anybody else. You cannot be serious that people that have been on YouTube for 3 years aren't going to comment on shit that they watch, because YouTube is no different to watching telly. And if we all met up for lunch at a restaurant or something and we'd be like, oh, my God, are you watching MasterChef? We'd talk about it. So talking about shit we're watching on YouTube and how we think it's fucked up, or how we think it could be improved, or why we think it's just the most bizarro, batshit crazy place on social media, doesn't make us up to our tits in drama. Being up to your tits in drama to me is going live and bitching about other creators non-stop.
Or making videos non-stop about certain creators.
Yeah.
Basing your channel non-stop about other creators. Bagging the shit out of non-stop other creators.
And the thing is, I'm going to have opinions. And, what did Rev's EBT card? Molly got some heavy. No, what did I see? Oh, yeah, why do you think the eagle has landed? See, you've brought all the drama to the yard, Rev's EBT.
Oh, God. Card. Is he here now? Ellis.
Hey, Raven. Hey, Rev's Toad. Oh, no, we're getting all the Rev. Can I just ask the Rev people? Can I just ask you guys, is Rev the young dude?
Yeah, Rev's the young dude.
We're all turning our cams off.
I am, because I look like shit. I look like hell.
No, you don't. But I think it's good that we get to think about this, because I've been thinking about that video.
Oh, look,
down. But
I could say so much.
I'm going to fucking comment on shit that I watch on YouTube, and I can do it tactfully and diplomatically without taking sides. If there are creators that I like, and trust me, the creators I used to like are very few and far between now. Like, I have let go of pretty much all of them. I watch a few little clip channels, but for the most part, I'm off in cooking land now, or music land. But at the end of the day, you don't have to watch anyone to get up to speed thanks to clip channels. And, yeah, if I see something that I think is bullshit, I'm going to talk about it, because not many people do. Really. They don't comment on what they're watching. A lot of them weigh in on the argument. A lot of them get involved even though it had nothing to do with them. But in terms of channels that are just discussing what we're watching, there's not many like that. And I can admit that there are people that sometimes I think are complete assholes when they do something I think is really cool, and vice versa for people. I actually don't. The people that I think are cool on YouTube are actually all in my chat right now, all apart from these weird Revs people. Who the fuck are you?
Did you just see Aussie Ellis? Mel, you looking like a snack. Yeah, toots. I said, have you got beer goggles on?
Yeah, toots. Rev's Toad, who are you? You're hilarious. I'd run a bar with that Laffy Taffy.
You had Siggy butts for dinner?
Well, that's what Toad's like. Won't be much longer, gals. Keep it up. All right. Way to go.
You're always stealing me packing lauder.
I saw a cane toad when I was in Queensland rooting a dead cane toad on the road that had been run over by a car. It was humping that thing like a fucking demon, I swear to God. And it was like, you dirty little toady froggy thing.
Yeah, that's one thing that I don't care if someone takes a golf club to it. They are so gross. That's what they used to play.
Sorry?
They used to play toad golf. I lived in Queensland for over a year, and those things are so disgusting.
That movie Cane Toads, I think there's a cane toad rooting a dead cane toad in that movie too, and also another one rooting a beer can. This soup is so good.
Rev licks my back sometimes when he wants to get high.
Has anyone confirmed who Rev is yet? It is the young dude, right? Is he cool on? I don't even know. I don't know who.
I've spoken to Rev on panels before, and it depends who he's with. Like, it depends what mood he's in, because if he's like, he does cop a lot of shit. and he does get his back up, and but if you're just having a regular conversation with him and you've got no beef or anything, he's all right.
Well, I said on one of my lives one time, or maybe you were up on the panel, I can't remember, but I said I liked his voice, if he's the one I'm thinking of, and I got cane-toaded for that. Like, just to say someone's got a nice voice can get you into the shit on YouTube. That's ridiculous. I'm not passing any opinions on what's coming out of his mouth. I just think he's either got a nice voice or a really good mic. I don't know. But there's so many whiners and squealers. Like, I actually find male voices really comforting on YouTube because so many of the women just scream like crazed banshees. Yeah, and they're unable to listen to. So I actually like a dude's voice. There are a few dudes' voices I don't like, but I find male voices on YouTube quite soothing.
Yeah.
Whereas a lot of the women just sound like banshees. There you go, Mel. It's a fair assessment of Rev.
Yeah. That's just my opinion. Everyone's got their own opinions, but I don't know enough about all that. Look, I'm only up to my tits in drama. I'm not up to my neck. So there's still a fair, there's about a meter between those two. I've got a lot of, I can't be fucked. I can't be fucked watching that shit. Let's be honest. I can't be bothered.
Oh, do you know what I can't be bothered with? I can't be bothered with people that are on every fucking panel wherever you go.
Yeah.
Like, I just, jump around to different channels now, and it's like, oh, fuck you again, and I go. Like, I can't be bothered. There is only so much of anyone's voice I can tolerate, but especially when the people that seem to be on, like the panel sluts, that are on every panel seem to also be the most abrasive personalities. Have you noticed that?
That's what I always say. Like, just because someone screams the loudest, it doesn't necessarily make them right. But people will listen to the person who's screaming the loudest because they're the ones that are throwing themselves on every panel or commenting in every side chat the same fucking shit. Just because people don't say much doesn't mean they don't have shit to say. It's just that they keep it to themselves because they can't be bothered with the backlash and the fuckery that goes with it. At the end.
Now, Australian Ella says he's a POS. I'll tell you what, I don't want to know all about him. We're peace, love and happiness around here with a bit of drama since Mel and I apparently are up to our tits in it.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Who the fuck is this? Sam Hill's old man vocal cords. Oh, wait, Sam Hill. I've only heard Sam Hill once in my YouTube travels on a channel that no longer likes me and seems to give me a thumbs down every time I do anything, reading Dr. Seuss, Green Eggs and Ham, and I thought it was brilliant. I don't know if I describe his vocal cords as old man, but there's a bit of ageism happening on YouTube a lot too of late.
Yeah.
Why aren't
I'm not either, Joey.
Live chat. Just check you're on live chat.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Is it on the other channel?
I haven't got Shxtty Kitty Kitchen open. It's on Traces of Nuts. It was where all the chattery is happening. Although, wait a minute. That says 9 people. Oh, see, I can read chat from both channels.
I'm reading it off StreamYard.
Yeah, me too. But there's 9 people on Traces of Nuts. There must be 6 on the Shxtty Kitty Kitchen.
Rev's out of tune, Hawk Shop guitar.
Oh, my God. I have switched. I've got to start going off on both. I think I just need to do everything on here and then edit and upload to the Shxtty Kitty Kitchen.
That's a good idea. And then you can have your, like just the condensed version on there.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I can remove the live that's happening on the Shxtty Kitty Kitchen, but if anyone's on the Shxtty Kitty Kitchen, come over to Traces of Nuts. And I'll end the Shxtty Kitty Kitchen one.
Okay, I'll go there then.
All right.
Yeah, there we go. That's where everyone is.
Well, I'm just deleting it, so they'll now be nowhere.
Tori, I hate to be rude, but I've really got to go. I'm like...
No, that's cool, mate. You sound terrible.
I'm fucked.
Thank you for coming up, though.
Even my tongue's sore. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know if it's like from my throat. My tonsils are just about. Mel, can you do a kick flip? If I'm lying down, I can.
Who's Snake? Who's Snake Border LLC? Snake Border.
If you put me on one of those computer chairs with the wheels, I could put my legs up and go like this while you push me.
What an interesting live. Who are all these random shit? I left. Deb, were you over on the Shxtty Kitty Kitchen? I've removed it from there. I'll upload this once I've edited it, because this is what happens. This is why I think cook on traces of nuts and then just edit out the cooking bits and put them on the other channel, because that's all about food, right? But these lives always turn into hilarious chatter about random things. And I mean, Red's and although I think all of them that were over there are lost now. We seem to have lost
Sam Hill's old man vocal cords. I used to write erotic poetry for the dames in Discord.
I can't even see that. Where's that?
It's in Traces.
The dames in Discord.
Oh God!
I don't think there's any dames in Discord, but thank you, Mel, for popping up. You did a great job, despite feeling like shit. And I can't stick my face in. Well, it's probably a good thing I can't stick my face in front of the camera at the moment. But thank you so much for.
Look, I haven't even had nails for 2 weeks, Tori. I have no energy to do them. I feel naked.
Yeah, that's how I know you're sick, man.
Yeah. When I got no nails.
Nails. What does Plumey say? Oh, Serenity B, gosh, love you guys. Thanks for a diversion. Our pleasure, gorgeous. Tori. Oh, who's this? Who's Kinney's long brain? Kinney Schlong? Or Kinney's long
Kinney
brain?
Schlong.
Plumey says, well, is making a video of cooking or baking and play it in a live and pause if someone has a question. Oh, okay. That's a good idea.
Oh God, I'm not a lesbian now. Just because I don't have nails doesn't mean I'm not. That doesn't mean I'm a lesbian, Plumey. It means I've got a cold.
Kinney's on brain. These people have got the most bizarre names. Who's Kinney?
I have no idea. I think they're giving us more credit than,
Cheers to all the randos who've paid us a visit.
Yeah. Serenity, I don't go anywhere to get COVID. And we don't really have it much here.
It was more up in Perth, wasn't it, for you guys?
Yeah. But literally I haven't even hardly been out. I mean, Andrew goes to work still, so that's always a possibility. But they would have had shit on the news down here if it was down here. That's
a good idea, Plumey. And then after that, you can post it, just the video. See, what I'll do, I thought about I've got Anne-Marie's going to show me how I can actually download the YouTube videos to my phone, because whenever I download from my phone, they're not on my phone, but they show up on my YouTube channel. But I just want to edit the cooking stuff out, and I'll keep doing little pre-made videos for the Shxtty Kitty Kitchen as well. But we all like a chat round here.
Oh, God.
Lynette likes me.
No, Plumey is obsessed with Lynette, and she wants her. She wants her hairy muff. And,
Oh, wait, Rev's EBT card is
back, ladies.
Oh,
he's awesome. Oh, sassy voice. Woo.
He does have a smooth voice, doesn't
Mel, you're sick, are you? You don't look sick.
No, I've got a cold. I've had a cold for
Oh,
like
really?
a week
You're
and a
looking
half.
hot. You got a temperature?
Of course I do. Jeez.
He's got the smooth lines.
Yeah, he's got the smooth lines.
What do you
He's got
think of the
smooth
new
lines.
fans?
Wow,
Are
there's a lot of them.
Did you bring all these boys to my yard?
Yeah, pretty much. No, that was your milkshakes, actually, Tori.
I've still got it in me. Still got it in me.
Oh my god.
Most
You know,
YouTube channels would be like, she's an old bag, because that's what they'd say about people that are over 35. She's an old bag. So if my milkshakes brought
do you know how to
weirdos,
do you know how to-
Well, it's more like powdered milk now, Tori, but
you know that White Girls movie when he goes White Chicks.
I feel like every day my life is White Chicks, the movie, you know?
oh, look, Serenity Bee's digging the sexy voice too. Bob's out.
Yeah, I'm Australian. How could you tell?
Yeah.
Bob's out for the boys' toots. Yeah, too.
But we're all
I
the
can't be
same.
bothered bending down that far.
We're all the same. We're all the same Australian. There's just one Australian on YouTube.
Yeah.
And it's all the same person, apparently.
No, there's two, actually. Have you ever met Aussie Outlaw? And
we've met
I'm not
him.
going to say Crazy Dingo because he seems fine, but
Crazy Dingo.
Aussie Outlaw's a bit of a, like he's Aussie Outlaw. Do you want to hear my impersonation of him?
Yeah, do it.
Might as
Right,
well.
I guess. Oh, what are you doing, you fucking dickhead? What are you doing, man? Like, fucking hell. Come on, grow up. What are you fucking doing, man? Is that what you go around fucking doing all the time, is it? That's pretty good, eh?
Nailed it.
Thanks.
He used to be on my channel and then he got really pissed off one night and now he just makes a point of thumbing down everything I do.
Well, he's gone now, Tori. We discovered that he was we got invited into a private chat on Discord, and about 6 months ago he was trying to dox this girl little fungus. He was trying to find out where her husband worked and send her nudes to her husband. This is like this giant group chat on Discord with like 10 people in it, and I guess they had like a little divisive split, and so the people who were pissed off with some of the others invited me and my friends in there because they know we hate them. So, and then we just discovered this like year-long history of them doxing people and conspiring to fucking get people fired and spread nudes and shit.
Oh my
So
god!
they were just it's pretty fucking sad. But Aussie Outlaw was involved in that.
Well, I'm still stuck on the name Little Fungus, to be honest.
Yeah, no, it's unfortunate for a woman.
It's
I
not
mean,
good.
she's not bad looking, but like when you're calling yourself Little Fungus, I'm like, what's in that medicine cabinet?
Yeah, a little bit of extra cheese on the taco, eh?
Yeah.
No. I've just gone straight to cottage cheese land, thank you.
But, any good-looking woman who's on the internet in this capacity, I think, is completely fucking insane. So
That's why we don't mind showing our faces. We're safe. No.
That's why we cam up. It's like, you just put it out there and you get left alone.
Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't know about YouTube. Well, YouTube wasn't a thing when I was in my 30s. I would have been on it all the time, camming up and strutting my stuff for sure.
So you guys don't really know Sam Hill?
No.
Not really.
Sam Hill claims that he's 37 years old, but he's extremely old. Like he's got to be 70 something. Like he talks like this, man. He's got that's why that account was in your chat. Sam Hill's old man vocal cords. That wasn't me, by the way. That's just a random person. But yeah, he I can't remember what my point was, but yeah, Sam's old. That's all I wanted to say, really. So yeah.
Has he got a following?
Mel and I have been defending ourselves, saying we're not tits up in drama, and in the 4 minutes you've been on the panel, you've just debunked everything we've said because you've just
Oh,
delivered.
right. Oh, I can bring you some drama if you want.
No.
Tori, Mel, you're on Discord? Hey, Mel.
No.
Oh, okay. What about you, Tori? I nearly convinced you to get on once, right?
Well, you tried to. So did my little gang boys that come into my chat. They always want me to go to their Discord, and they're all like these little dudes in their 20s, and I don't know why the fuck they want me in their Discord, but I haven't taken them up on their offer either.
Oh no, they're fucking horny. They're publicly horny.
Lockdown's done some weird shit to people's
I'm
brains,
fucking
you
all
know.
horned up, Tori.
Because I
Come
reckon
into me Discord, me and the
Yeah.
boys.
something pretty sexy about me walking along a beach. I mean, wow, you know.
Oh, I've seen
Right.
that stream. That was sexy.
They,
I saw
like
that one. That
kids.
was the one where you were walking under some piers. I love the way that you ducked those piers. Very
Me
sexy.
too. I'm
they
surprised
into chins. I
not
got more
myself.
chins than a Chinese phone book.
I've seen a few. Oh no, Mel, don't worry about that. I said yesterday there's this lady named Betty Spaghetti who gets around in chats. Hey, she talks like this. And I was saying, Betty, I love a chick with that voice, eh? Like I love a girl who can double as a guard dog. So you come in handy. You fucking get rid of the you can bark. I'll let you bark at the postman all you want.
Cool YouTube name. Betty Spaghetti's a cool one. Like, it cracks me up because I was fast forwarding through Mummy Ramblings because I'd like one of her lives because I was told to check out something that happened on it.
Mm-hmm.
And she was really serious and talking about all this drama that's been going on in her channel. But she's talking about all these YouTube people and she's going, yes, because in private messages, Loopy Lisa said such and such. And then
Never trust a loopy Lisa.
you just think of all these names. Like, imagine if you did, when people say we're going to the cops, it's like, if you rang the cops in Australia and said, Loopy Lisa's being mean to me on YouTube.
But of course it'd be even worse. You'd be going, Loopy Lisa 1216 actually called me. You know what I mean? Like the names are so fucking dumb.
Or what about Mummy was bad to me?
Yeah, and I've got a real issue with the mummy thing.
Mummy Ramblings. She's been really mean to me. Mummy's been treating me unkind on YouTube.
And then Little Fungus told me I was fat, and then
Yeah, and Little Fungus won't. I sent her a picture of me cock, and she fucking told me to fuck off. Said she was going to call you guys. I thought I'd get in first. Complained about a tit. I want to file a police report about Fungus's tits.
And then Space Monster came along, and she was really angry too. Like just imagine putting in a police report with all the YouTube creators' names, like just ridiculous.
Sounds like a Doctor Who episode.
One of my mates in Canada just got out of court like yesterday because like he's just gone to court for the first time over YouTube stuff. Someone put a restraining order on him. So, but he loves it. He's like, yeah, I want to go to court with all of my enemies. He's like, I want my day in YouTube court. I think it's so funny. Like he's got the FBI involved in stuff, like and it's to him, it's funny as well because he's like, okay, fuckwits, you want to involve the FBI, like that's just great. Like, so what he did with this restraining order was he wasn't happy that so the people putting it on him, one of them spread his jerk-off tape around the internet. So my friend submitted the jerk-off tape to the judge as late evidence. And he's like, no, I want to make sure you've got all of the evidence, including my fucking jerk-off tape. And he was disappointed they didn't play it in court. So,
Tori, remind me to tell you something about the FBI later in chat too.
I will, Mel, but now that
why don't you type it in there now, Mel, while I'm here?
you just put us tits up in oh my god, hey Claire Bear, look, she said no, Little Fungus, the married grifter.
Oh shit, shots fired. I remember Claire Bear. Yeah, so Claire Bear's one of the people that I'm not going to attack you, Claire Bear, but she's one of the people that's friends with all of those like Aussie Outlaw and all those people we discovered doxing and spreading fucking nudes and trying to get people fired in a private chat. And also, yeah, but Claire knows those people. She's not fucking like involved in any of that, but she's watches those same streams, sort of thing.
But
I don't
why
mean to put you on blast, Claire. Sorry.
anyone on YouTube give anyone their nudes?
Yeah, that's just ridiculous.
Well, it's a very common thing I've come to find. I don't know either, but it seems to be like traded as a commodity, almost like cigarettes in prison. So, I've got a Claire Bear. Do you have a Mel Mel? Like they're fucking Pokemon cards or something?
They'd be like, no, not the Mel Mel.
Maybe the Mel Mel's extra valuable.
I feel ripped off that I haven't been sent a nude now.
You can send me yours, Tori. That's all right.
No way. No
I'll
way.
frame them and I'll put them around my house.
No,
Like
you'll
I'll make them artsy. If you want to make them artsy, I'll make them artsy.
Yeah, I won't be getting into the nude swap card game of YouTube.
Tori, you're going to get married. You're running out of time. I feel like I am too. So, you know.
Get married.
Jesus.
Yeah.
What is that, a proposal?
You, Claire Bear, have you eaten, dear baby? Who's dear baby? Hey, Scout Inquirer. I don't like the idea of marriage. Like I just collect engagement rings.
Oh no, you're not trying this isn't like Lenny Bruce style material, is it?
No,
you're trying your anti-establishment Carlin stuff on me.
No, but I do love Lenny Bruce, but no.
What did he? I like your cooking videos a lot, Tori. I think they're really really good. You're funny, that's for sure. I don't know where I'm going with this, so let's just leave it there before the.
I think he's hitting on you.
No.
I think that's a direct hit.
Oh, okay. Maybe this is where I was going with that. Is what is funny about Lenny Bruce? So maybe I was trying to buddy up before I,
Well, it's a good book.
I like his face. It's funny.
He's a messed up individual. And look, How to Talk Dirty and Influence People is the name of the book.
He's a messed up individual. He looks kind of calm and sane. Where you get the impression he's messed up from.
There's even a photo of him dead in the backstage.
Well, that's why every good book has that.
That's not really funny. The dead
he
photo.
died backstage.
He died in, I think it was his apartment, actually, not backstage. I'm trying to find the picture. He went to court without pants on and had a bare bum. That's funny.
That's always nice.
You're not
I like
supposed
to go
to
to
do
court
that.
without pants on.
Look.
Sorry. All right, I'm going to run, Tori, because Josh is bored now too.
Just wait, man.
Why would they let him into the courthouse like that? That's my question.
He didn't let him in like that. He just made himself like that when he was in there.
Maybe he was getting ready for a long sentence. He was like, fuck it. Take the pants off.
Look, I don't ever see a bare
Barbara a favour.
I'm upset about that. I've never seen a bare ass in any of the courtrooms I've appeared in.
I used to do that all the time.
Hey, Casper.
Hey, Casper.
All right. Sorry, Tori.
Hey,
I'm going to go. Josh is bored and I'm like death.
Oh, well, do you know what? Joshy should have created a troll account called Tomato and come in and hung out with us all.
Oh, God. Well, he is the egg and the mushroom, so.
He is. Mel's son, Australian Ellis, he trolls people as egg or mushroom. He's got
No, he trolls me. He trolls his fucking
I know.
He's
didn't he tell you to go to bed one night?
Yeah, he's 12 years old. I didn't know who the fuck it was. And he comes into my side chat and I'm like, who the hell is that? I had all these people running through my head and then it's my own kid. And I'm like, great. 12 years old. Nailing life.
Well, go deboard your child. Thanks for jumping up on panel and lasting as long as you did, Melmo. I know you didn't feel like it.
I'll have him quiet in no time.
Bit of gaffer tape. Jesus.
It was lovely to meet you, Mel.
You too. You always crack me up in the side chat.
Thanks.
Right.
This is the most comfortable I've felt coming onto a panel. I think it's just because he's both Australian, so
Yeah, we chill. We just chill.
Yeah.
We're so laid back, it's ridiculous, really.
We don't take YouTube seriously.
Yeah,
like, not,
yeah.
you know. Yeah.
Yeah.
By
And
the
when
way,
you-
PayPal me. I'll put my paper note.
Yeah, chuck it in the private.
Mama needs new shoes. All right.
I better
See
be
you
getting
guys.
a Mel card for that though.
Oh, you make me one. All right.
All right,
See you
well,
guys.
Love you,
See ya.
Mama.
Love you.
See you, gorgeous. Interesting. Casper just said normally Ellis is roasting Rev. Well, I don't know why your name isn't showing, but
oh yeah. Oh, I don't know either. I'm not too sure about. I've never ran a stream.
It's a setting somewhere that I can't change right now. But yeah, his Casper, his name in my on my panel is Rev's EBT. What's EBT?
So EBT is I didn't know about it until I heard that Rev has EBT. So do you know? I don't want to air this out again, but he went on this disastrous date, right, with this girl who flew to see him, and they went to an Airbnb in a cabin together. And Rev, like, it was discovered that Rev, when they went to get groceries, he had an EBT card, which is kind of like a. Do you know how they were trialing? Although I don't know if they did it, or they were trialing like Centrelink cards for people in like areas that were really drug affected and alcohol affected. It's kind of like one of these things where it's a dole card, I guess, and you go to the shop and buy food with it, but you can't buy like you can't buy alcohol or cigarettes or things like that.
Right.
Or rotisserie chickens. You can't buy hot food, apparently. We found out because she had to buy the rotisserie chicken because of salmonella, I guess. So, yeah. But I think, like, Rev and Casper have a history. I don't know. I can't really speak on that. But, yeah, they have some sort of history. I've heard Rev ranting and raving about Casper at some points.
Oh, okay. Claire Bear, you're
Yeah.
heading out. Good to see you, Groove. I haven't seen you forever. Thanks for dropping in. We could have a massive Australian panel, though. Like Joey's just said, we should set up a foursome one day. But we should one day just put as many Aussies up on panel.
Why not? Sure.
Americans would freak out because
I find the Kiwis are pretty cool too on here.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of interesting people. I wish there were more Aussies than there are, but I keep discovering random Aussies that go live and have got quite big channels. It's like, shit, where have they come from? And it's bizarro, but apparently we're all the same. So
I would love to try out a crazy dingo impersonation, but I've never done one. So if it sucks,
but I don't even know who Crazy Dingo is.
Oh, okay. I'm not going to do
I don't
it
even
then.
know if it sucks. No, do it.
There's no point. There's no point. I prefer the practice at Hay because that's the way I choose to spend my waking hours is impersonating. I'm trying to learn to do impressions of people on YouTube. So I'll come back next week and hopefully I'll have one.
Casper says he'd be happy to tell you the story one day, but then Claire Bear says you don't know the Rev and Casper's history. Where have you been?
No, I don't. I'd love to hear it though. I'm a Rev historian at this point. So
I barely know, apart from knowing that Rev is young, and I once said that I thought he had a nice voice, and then I got reamed for that.
I got a lot of shit too because so the people I hang out with have a lot of beef with him, and when I first started watching, I thought he was just like I thought that maybe it was being exaggerated that he was such a little cunt, but. So I chose to just ignore everybody when they were saying like, yeah, he's a fuckwit, he does all these things, this, that, and the other. So I went on to find out over time that everything that they said about him was true. He's even more detestable than you can really describe with words. But we influenced him. Oh, sorry, what was that, Tori?
Don't go into the depths. I'm quite happy to barely scratch.
Oh, but I don't know anything about the like him prior to what I know from coming on you, like discovering streamers 6 months ago, you know? So there's like another year's worth of history of him prior to that. And that involves, I guess, Casper in some capacity. I want to know it for sure. If Casper wants to come up and tell it, that'd be great.
No, not tonight, because I've got...
Oh, Tori, you can leave this on. You can go to bed and I'll just stay up here all night, okay? I'll finish it.
Wouldn't you be just looking at your recipe tomorrow night? Maybe add some spinach. What? Which recipe, Honey Bunny? I don't have any other lives set up, do I? I am going to do. I'm going to film myself making something tomorrow, but I'm not going to go live. I don't think. Or are you talking about the soup I just made? Serenity Bee's confusing me. But we
Do
can
they live in
certainly.
Australia? Do you want me to go hurt them? How dare they criticise that soup?
That soup was porn. It was delicious.
It looked good. I didn't say
Yeah.
anything in the chat because I was like, I didn't want to like look like a super fan or something, you know.
So what you like my cooking? Because my subscribers are going backwards ever since I didn't respond to a couple of drama people throwing me under the bus unfairly. So I defended myself and my channel went boom. And then since then it's just dropping like 10 subscribers a day. I'll be back under.
You know what that probably is though, is that like people delete their like sock accounts and things like that. So, you know, I might be subscribed to you on 7 different fucking accounts, 10 accounts, you know. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like eventually I got to delete those accounts and make
10
new
a
ones.
day seems a bit much. And what happens if you go back below once you're monetized? What happens?
I don't know. Hey, that's a good question. If you went back below 1,000,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not too sure. What is that your aim to get monetized, or do you care?
I am
really?
monetized.
Oh, you are? Oh,
Yeah.
congratulations, Tori.
Thank you.
Holy shit, I'm on a monetized stream. I can't say the N-word, right?
Well, you shouldn't say that anyway.
Yeah, I know.
If you mean Nutella. But
sorry, Tori. Sorry.
But YouTube are deleting all sock accounts.
That's another thing too, is that accounts that aren't used as well do get deleted. I don't know if they've like, it used to be like accounts that haven't been active for a year will get, or whatever it is, like 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, they just get wiped automatically. But I can't imagine that would be the sole reason why you'd see a drastic drop.
I've got a different theory, which is I got thrust onto Armchair Detective's channel because a friend of mine was wrongfully identified in a courtroom video and she was being fully doxxed, like absolutely crazily, like properly doxxed, not the way American channels use the word doxxed. Yeah. I ended up on that channel, but I definitely got quite a few subs that way. And then there was another one where a clip of me was played on a drama channel and I got a heap of subs from that. But I reckon because I've gone back to just hanging out with people and just offering a place for people to come and chat and hang out, I reckon a lot of them was leaving because they subbed for the drama and they've now realised.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, I had like an argument with like a fight with someone yesterday on YouTube, and like it was pre-organized and I only agreed to it as a joke, but like it just made me, I was so exhausted at even the thought of arguing over things I don't care about, you know. I don't understand how these drama channels, like I've been watching some recently, and instead of being like a beef that's like over the course of a whole stream, it's literally like there's beefs happening every 5 minutes. Like people are coming on and fucking fighting with each other over like nothing. You know, it's like, how do you have the energy to do this? Like, how do you have that passion to fucking scream at people about nothing?
And day in, day out, that's the thing. And year after year.
Every day, all day, every day too.
Yeah, and it's just like, the easiest way to stop it is just to log off YouTube, but know that back. But the thing is, it's pretty apparent that, the videos where I've had the most people watching it has been anything connected to the drama community. If this live wasn't cooking, but it had something like everyone on YouTube's a fuckwit, I'd probably have 600 people in here.
Let's do it, Tori. Let's revamp this fucking YouTube channel. Let's go. I'll go around starting shit with everyone. You know what I mean? And then we'll have them come here to clickbait fucking titles, and that's just a cooking stream. I like the idea. Hey, River, that's my mate there.
G'day, River. I came up with the idea of doing doing cooking, but sort of calling it, like, say for the soup tonight, like just putting a creator's name in it. So, calling it somebody's soup.
Yep.
Like whoever's in the
Yeah.
spotlight at the moment.
So call it Poon Handler's Soup.
Yeah, see, I know that name, but I don't know much about
Oh,
Poon.
no. Do you know he burned his house down?
I did hear about that, yes.
Yeah, he fell asleep with a meth pipe.
Oh,
Well,
dear.
what happened was he was smoking meth and he fell asleep because he'd been up for 6 days and the meth wasn't doing nothing. And he fell asleep with the oxy torch on and it burnt the house down. It killed the pets, like everything. It was pretty fucking crazy, eh?
It's horrible. And I don't think their insurance would cover that either, would it?
Well, he had no like contents insurance, I don't think. I think the house was insured, but nothing inside of it was. And I think it was his parents' place. And
Oh, no.
yeah, so anything that burnt in the house is like as good as gone. All the memories. That's the worst part, is when the memories burn.
Yeah, I agree. There's things in my...
I'm only joking. I hate that cunt.
No, the thing that's... shit. Well, I wouldn't...
See what I mean, Tori? This is Poon Handler Soup.
Yeah, but the animals died. That's terrible.
Yeah, I know. That's the part I do feel bad about.
Yeah.
And now he runs around going like, yep, I set them on fire. I set them animals on fire. Like,
Oh, no.
yeah, he runs out. He's like, I fucking hate my kids. It's nuts, eh?
Wow.
Is the toad still in the chat or anything? Like,
I haven't seen the toad. There's definitely been some lively discussion. Most of it's gone over the top of my head. I wouldn't have a friggin' clue. But yeah, the reality is these people, the reason they're doing it day in, day out, because I find it exhausting to listen to, let alone imagining how they even find the energy. But I also think like, what's happening in the rest of your life? Like, when do you spend time with your kids, or when do you clean your house, or when do you catch up with your friends? Like, you rarely hear the major drama channels that literally just go live to bitch in these 6-hour lives. You rarely hear anyone talking about, I caught up with my friend the other day and she was saying the same thing, or, at work yesterday. Like, you don't hear comments like that. It's really bizarre.
To the contrary, hey, I think that like I've started socializing less the more I've started socializing with people online, because it made me realize my friends fucking suck. So yeah, it's like fucking trying to find like a bunch of people this funny in real life to hang out with. But yeah, no, you're right.
You got to wonder though. Oh, he's gone. The universe just muted him, not me. Shitty reception. Here I am in coastal Tasmania on the peninsula, and I've got perfect reception. Cut off in his prime. Where were we? Yeah, so I mean, I know that I will never ever have a gazillion people in anything I do on YouTube, because I'm just not interested in bitching. I don't bitch in my real life. So, oh, your shit died. I'll boot you then, because it looks kind of weird. You sitting up there, but nothing happening. I reckon we should have a live soon. I've got a crazy week coming up, and then I'm away for a week. I'm flying for the first time since January last year. I'm over to South Australia. I will be taking some of my equipment-y type things with me. I might do a live one night because I'm going to be going out to dinner a fair bit. So I might need a night in my hotel room and we might do a live. Oh, good work, Claire Bear. See, she caught up with her real friends and her UC. You've got a well-rounded social life. But there's been a lot of stuff in chat that's gone over my head, which is why I'm not highlighting it, because I didn't want it to go into some kind of crazy. But I'd really love to have a panel one night with all of you groovers up here as well. Yeah, maybe I could do a balcony one again, Joey. I've got a balcony. I booked a really cute little Airbnb, but it's an apartment in a building where I used to stay for work. Not the usual one I was at, but another one. And there is a really cute little balcony, so might do that. But it'd be fun to do like an Aussie panel one night and just see how many we can get up on the panel. I know Joey Wilson would be bang up. Claire Bear's been up on my panel plenty of times. Casper would be keen, I reckon. Australian Ellis is okay till his shit dies. Get Mel back up. Now I've gone blank. That's probably a good start. Oh, wait a minute. You're back from the dead.
Yep. 1 second, sorry.
I do find it entertaining or amusing that dudes like my cooking. It makes me feel good. I'm doing something worthwhile on YouTube, even if it is to a handful of good people.
So I think, Tori, you were saying that you wanted to start beef with YouTubers?
Just hang on a sec. Claire Bear, give Sesh my love. I miss him heaps. How's his study going? And Claire Bear too. I'm uploading on my Smooth Criminal podcast channel all the old Soft 6. And then when I've finished that, I'm going to be uploading the Soft 34. So you guys will all be making appearances soon. You probably don't even know about that stuff, Australian Ellis. You probably don't know another side hustle that I've got.
What's that?
I'm a scam baiter.
Oh, what? What's that mean?
Well, I bait scammers.
Sounds dangerous.
I know. It is. I bait scammers and then I waste their time when they could be scamming an innocent person, and I get as much information as I can out of them and hand it over to the ACCC. But I also, I always go for the romance scammers, but I try to make it really funny, and I weave these like absolutely ridiculous stories and just take the piss out of them. So it's a really good creative writing exercise as well.
Are you a catfish, Tori?
Yeah, I catfish scammers. So the channel is called the Smooth Criminal Podcast channel. It's a little
I'm subscribed to that. I didn't know who owned it.
It's me. And I've started uploading the Soft 6, but there's also a podcast that I did for a couple of years as well on there, like it's a true crime comedy podcast as well. But yeah, I've started putting all these scam baiting videos up. So
nice, I'll check them out.
They're pretty funny, if I do say so myself, because the scammers sort of almost write the comedy as well. And I did the Soft 6 years ago on Facebook, but last year when we were all sort of self-isolating, we did it every week or a couple of times a week, and different people, even Aussie Outlaw came up on one and read the script of the scammer one time, but that led to him
mate, can I get your credit card details? Oh, yeah, send them to me, hey? Oh, what are you doing, you fuckwit?
But that's what led to him hating my guts and giving me a thumbs down. Every video I do on this channel, I get a thumbs down, and it's him. Well,
wow, how petty. Isn't he like near retirement age?
Look, I had no beef with him, but he got really fucked off with me having somebody else up on the panel one night, and it led to him.
See what I mean? Like, these people are fucking mentally ill, Tori.
Well, it's just weird to me, because to me this is like a fun outlet. I really like engaging with on YouTube. I reckon it's cool. It's
a laugh. That's all I want to do is have fucking fun, you know? I just want to laugh.
To me, it's like before YouTube being able to go live and stuff, everyone, well, in my group, a lot of us ended up sort of connecting on, do you remember when MSN had a thing called Messenger years ago?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, boy, do I.
Yeah, so we used to do a heap of shit. Like when Facebook first started, I joined it when there were about 5,000 people worldwide, and there was a game on Facebook called Mafia New, and we all moved into this MSN Messenger chat. I'm still friends with so many people from that era. We all became super cool buddies, but none of this sort of YouTube bullshit happened then. It was a lot. Everyone was just out for a good time, but, you know, and everyone made heaps of friends. So, I mean, I like this as an outlet. I kind of think, well, I'm cooking dinner. I might as well turn a camera on and chat to people while I'm doing it.
That's good content. It's solid content, you know. You don't have to go around looking to start petty beefs with people and shit, even though I'm going to in your name.
In my name?
No, I'm only joking. I wouldn't do that. How many wines you had tonight, Tori?
This is only I just poured a second half a glass, so I probably had one glass. I mean, look at not a very big glass.
No, it's not really.
No, I'm not a big drinker, but I do enjoy having a glass because it's a bit of a running joke now. I'm like, let's cook dinner for Sunday night, and it's like, get a glass, add wine. Dinner's served.
I tell you, Tori, all that's missing is the clickbait title. That's all you need. You know.
Hi, Sandra.
Look, you can have me up here and just like split screen me, and I'll yell at the people in chat who have come from drama, and you just keep cooking. You know, just act like we're not even here.
Well, I reckon I should have more people up on the panel when I'm cooking as well for a bit of fun.
What happened to the driving streams? I noticed that you don't do as many of those.
I did one today.
Oh, did you? I missed it.
Yeah, I had a really good friend died, and her funeral was last week, and I've just had a bit of a break from YouTube lives and stuff. Been spending a lot of time with friends and family, and I didn't. Whenever I was driving, I was either driving home from a she's just died sort of catch up, or pre-funeral catch up, or post-funeral catch up. I didn't really feel like going live.
I thought you were in a good mood.
Hi everyone, I've just been to a funeral, so you know I haven't. But I also swapped my cars again, so I hadn't put my bracket and things back into the other car yet. So, but yeah, I did a little live today. It wasn't anything terribly critical, although we were chatting about Joey Wilson being accused of being another Australian YouTuber, because apparently all female Australians are the same person on YouTube. There's just one of us.
What happened? Who's this?
Joey, who's been in my chat tonight. She's got a little channel that she's started doing some pretty funny commentary on other YouTube, like drama people.
Okay.
But there's another Australian who's in the middle of a heap of drama at the moment, Space Monster.
Oh, yeah, I know that channel.
Yeah, and now there's a rumour that Joey and Space Monster are the same person. But why it's upset her is Space Monster has said things that are pretty full on that Joey would never say. So she's been, not only is she being accused of being another person, but it's somebody who's, you know, saying a lot worse things than Joey would ever say.
Ah, right. See, I say the worst things that you can ever say. So when someone accuses me of being someone else, it's usually a compliment.
But the thing with Joey is we want to get the word out there that she's not Space Monster. I mean, someone, I think it was Mel pointed out
I'll put it out.
Joey,
trust me, within 48 hours, the word will be out.
That'd be great, because Joey cams up, Space Monster doesn't. They don't even sound alike. But apparently all Australian females on YouTube, because I got accused of being, or not accused, but there was a thing going around that NewsTubers Live and I are the same person. And I actually went on NewsTubers panel and people were still saying we were the same person.
Look, I used to think that all Americans sounded the same unless they were like from the South. But I can kind of, I can get where they're coming from, that people sound, but it's just, I don't know. Why does it even matter? Like, what would it matter if you were the same person as that other person? Does that bother some people that you could like do two things?
I think it depends on who you're being compared to, because like Mel was saying earlier, there's a rumor going around that there's a person in chat called Tiny Hands who's in the sort of true crime crowd, who's really funny. But there's people are saying that Mel is Tiny Hand. I think that's a bit more sunny. My cat's probably better looking than my glass of wine. But I
like your hands a lot, Tori. I'll miss them.
But it's like, at least you're being compared to somebody who's funny on YouTube. Like, it's not a dickhead person or an asshole. But when you're being compared like Joey. Oh, Joey's actually in chat again. Suicide was mentioned. She would never tell anyone to kill themselves. So it depends. Like with me, with being compared to, people thinking that NewsTubers Live and I were the same person, it didn't bother me, because NewsTubers Live is at least trying to do something funny on YouTube.
Yeah.
But that also being said, NewsTubers Live does heaps of videos about channels I've never even heard of, let alone watched. So there's that. But yeah, I actually was on her panel and people were still saying we were the same person. How can you do that?
Yeah, I've found that like people say the most ridiculous shit on the amount of people who are pedophiles and fucking like
Oh,
rapists and
bullies.
oh man, it's just they brandy around these terms and they just take things too seriously, Tori.
They do, but it's also extremes. Like somebody having a negative opinion about somebody else is not bullying, but every single time somebody expresses a negative opinion, the other person who it's about is like, they're bullying me. It's like, no, they're not. No, they're not. And I haven't followed it up yet, but one of my passions with law is cyber law. And I'm pretty sure if it hasn't
Oh
come
yeah,
in,
let's go kick some cyber fucking crime, Tori.
yeah, well,
Let's go fucking arrest people
the
for
last
this
thing I
stuff.
The last thing I read, though, that I think was really interesting is because the term cyberbullying has been overused so much online, and I don't know whether it's legislated yet or not, but they are going to make it specifically for people under the age of 18. So an adult
Okay,
cannot technically
that's a
be.
good idea.
Yeah. So all these adults that are going live screaming about being bullied online, there's no such thing. The
Yeah.
offence is for anyone under the age of 18, full stop.
Well, I mean, when does the onus fall on the person to be a fucking adult and walk away from the computer?
This is it. That's why I don't get it. When you hear people having all these meltdowns and saying the most horrific things, and then the next day they're live acting like nothing happened, it's like you're getting fucked in the head because of your time on YouTube, and everyone can see it except you. Just log off, get off. But I think the reason they don't is the bigger the meltdown, the more money that makes. You look at how many meltdown videos are monetized and people are throwing super chats at them the next day saying, oh, you poor thing, get better soon. I'm sorry this happened to you.
That definitely plays a part of it, but I would also like to add to that I see plenty of people do it for free without dropping cash apps or anything. They humiliate themselves like voluntarily day in, day out, have these psychotic episodes that like emotional episodes where they just show they've just absolutely emotionally retarded people. They take everything far too seriously. Like if somebody calls you something on the internet, I don't know, maybe I've just been using the internet that way for too long where people can like say whatever they want about me. It doesn't matter unless it's the same way I am in real life. Unless I care about that person, then I don't give a fuck what they're saying about me. It just doesn't mean anything. And that's tenfold on the internet. Like people need to just get rid of this whole I can understand why, some like your friend who's upset at being compared to somebody else, like that is completely understandable for some people. Like I'm not saying that everybody should just not be bothered by things, but it shouldn't ruin your life either. And it is the internet at the end of the day, you do have to walk outside of your house at some point and go about your regular life.
Exactly. But what I was just going to say, sorry, I didn't mean to butt in, but
Oh, that's fine.
whatever happened to what we were taught as kids, sticks and stones may break my bone, names will never hurt me. Like all those things we were taught as children that we carried on into our adult lives, they don't exist on YouTube. And not only that, but people in chat are cheering all these people having meltdowns on like, I don't think it's cool that people are having meltdowns because of the money factor. It's a poor excuse, but it's a better one than not having a monetized channel and just letting people see you melt down all the time. It's bloody batshit.
I think I'm guilty of that too, though, Tori. Of I definitely, but not in the way like if somebody was having an actual, let's say that I don't know why you would do this, but let's say that they had a parent or a loved one dying and like they were coming onto YouTube crying about it. I don't know. Now I'm trying to say this like I would be. No, I'm one of those people that instigate that shit. Hey, now I have to be honest with myself here. I'm saying these words and I'm hoping like I'm going to come across as like fucking virtuous or something, but I'm not. I'm really just a piece of shit when it comes to that stuff. I got to be honest. So yeah, Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe I'm part of the problem, but I think that there's something. Do you know what I notice here is what it really comes down to is that there's a lot of people out there that want to be upset and they want to be outraged, and there's not enough supply for the demand. You know, these people are such fucking dramatic cunts. I couldn't imagine the way that they carry on if faced with any like actual adversity in the real world, like what kind of fucking mental breakdown that they must be having like on a daily basis. You know, I still talk to people online with respect as well, like I would just anybody um you know, like that I would meet in real life. Like a lot of you meet a lot of people online and they're very aggressive and um I don't know, maybe I'm guilty of that sort of stuff too at some points, but yeah, you meet a lot of people where you're like, man, you can't be like this in real life. Surely you can't be this much of a cunt. Like no
No.
one would like, you know, no one would want to hang around you. No one would want to work with you. You know, you'd be completely insufferable, but they think it's fine to like broadcast this across the world. Like, here's the thing. Would you show your fucking, like, let's say, would you show your parents that sort of stuff and go, hey, mum and dad, are you proud of this? Like me, you know,
Would
look at
you,
this. Like, it's like they tried to train you out of that when you were a child,
will you
you
be
know,
like,
having that sort of like emotional instability that leads to these outbursts, you know, and to do it publicly is just, that's insanity to broadcast it.
will people be on their deathbeds looking back on their lives and going, I'm so glad I spent 10 years of my life being an asshole on YouTube? I doubt it. They'll be like, what the fuck? Think of all the things I could have done. But what I was going to say was, I think the internet does give people bravado because there is an element of
Yeah.
anonymity, so they can push boundaries because
Yep.
there's so much behavior I've seen on YouTube that if people were actually functioning like that in their real lives, someone would have punched their head in a long time ago, you know? So
Yeah.
I like to think that they're different offline, but then if they're not, holy shit, I'm just glad people like that have not walked in or out of my life because I don't have anyone in my life that comes close to the batshits I watch on YouTube. Not even
You
close.
would.
And the
No, they're
anger,
completely different. So that's what
and
I
some
mean.
of the
Like, they're not
anger of
even
my
being
brothers.
themselves. They're just being these fake, like, because I mean, if that was the case, you would see them everywhere in day to day life, you know, like these people constantly fucking struggling to deal with like just the day to day, like, things you need to do to function as a person. So, I mean, this one, the person that, this person Claire watches named Lichen Theory. Do you know that guy?
I've heard the name, but Claire's actually had a question for ages wanting to know if you're reading.
Oh, sure, sure.
But I don't want to get, I don't want this, I don't know if there's stuff in chat that is going to get into some sort of heavy
No,
drama
go.
date because I've got a date with MasterChef coming up. But
Oh, get out of it.
I know the girl in it. I know a girl in it, and it's getting to the pointy end. Come on, I've got to just cheer on Sabina. She's all
That's
Tasmanian.
okay. Well, do you want to rush through the comments and we'll just
No,
half-ass them?
I don't know, but I don't want to go into any sort of arguments. I mean, Joey just said, I've only asked this as I've known Tori. I could have made another video, but I didn't. Oh, that's about the Joey thing. But Joey, we've all got your back, mate. We'll get you through this. Honestly, it will be it'll be easy for us to debunk that you're not space monster.
Yeah, don't fret something like that.
If AE is a piece of shit, this is Claire Bear. Why is he here? For cooking or just stirring on a beautiful channel?
Let's see, have a chat. I like Tori. I think she's funny.
Cheers, Groover. It's getting heavy though. I'm not.
I'm actually here to be sincere and be myself, I guess. There you go.
See, I bring out all the sincerity in my crew. Mel, Joey, we're up to our tits in the shit. Well, we sure are. You could do a 24-hour live, Joey. I mean, everybody else would. Claire Bear, I don't know what you're getting at, Groover. She's saying, are you proud, AE? But
Proud of what? Oh, like being a shit stirrer and treating, like being cruel to people sometimes. It depends because I would like to say that I don't do it to people who don't warrant it.
Well, I've got a.
I think I could make a pretty good case that I do only target people that deserve it, or either deserve it or they want it. You know, that they want that sort of fucking attention. They want people provoking. They want drama. Like I said, people, man, they want to be outraged. They just want you to keep poking them so they can be outraged. Like, because that to them, you got to think of it this way: that to them is their fun. Like, to be outraged and to be emotional to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't subject themselves to it like every day. So,
Look,
yeah, I do. I'm split on that one, actually, Claire.
drama does sell on YouTube, but if people have got a channel and they want 400 people watching, they've just got to do one of the trending crime cases or go live bitching about other people on YouTube, and they'll get their 400 to 1,000 people watching.
Yeah.
And then they'll also have everyone in chat sort of egging them on. And now, wait a minute. Now, Joey's saying I've took him all wrong. This is confusing me, guys.
Oh, no. So I know what Joey's saying. No, Joey, what I was saying was in a broader sense, like a general sense. I wasn't specifically talking about you, but I actually kind of failed to articulate what I wanted to say. And what I wanted to say was supposed to convey some sort of comfort to you, actually. And I failed to do that. I'm really sorry about that. But yeah, don't worry about what's going on. Hey, it's not a big deal. It could be easily clarified, so.
I see Claire saying we came to Tori's channel for fun, not drama. And if I don't want
it's all right. I don't want drama, man. I just want to fucking have a chat. I've never talked to Tori.
Well, not even half, but like 3/4 of the people that A has mentioned, I don't even know. Like, so there's and I don't want to get into that because I've managed to be. I can comment on what I see on YouTube and still be diplomatic without having digs at people. And there's not a lot of people on YouTube that can. And I'm actually watching, for the most part now, if I'm not mucking around in other cooking channels or music channels, I'm actually watching people who do provide commentary about YouTube generally, like not necessarily one particular community or a particular creator or anything like that. But there are a few channels I've found that literally just do comment on the batshit crazy world of YouTube. And that's what my interest is. But in terms of getting all of the nitty gritty about a particular feud or, someone that you personally don't like, AE, or somebody in chat or whatever, I've never been that channel and I never will because I'm not invested enough in YouTube to get into that kind of shit. So why would I want other people on my channel to divulge all of that stuff? It's not my. I just don't. I'd probably.
Not your realm, is it really, Tori?
I'll just let you do a speech and I'd leave. I'd go for a drive because it's not. There's.
I know I'm not immersed in. I just like something to well, I'm not used to I kind of used to focus before YouTube on more just like low fucking rent, like C-list comedians, like people like that, just getting a rise out of them. So I'm not really like to me, these people aren't. It's hard to feel sorry for some of them. That's what I'm trying to get at. Because just like the people, do they want to be famous? Like, is that why they're doing it every day, putting themselves out there? Of course you're going to get attacked. You can't feel bad if there's if you're constantly looking to manufacture drama, you can't really complain if there's somebody like me out there that's going to look to inflame the situation for my own entertainment. Because that's all it is I just kind of want to be entertained when I'm at work and have something to listen to and maybe try and socially engineer an outcome that's funny to me, that's harmless. I don't get into the doxing and the fucking all that sort of shit. That's where you're going too serious for me, hey, where you're threatening people's jobs and
that stuff is disgusting. And the thing is, I've moved from so many different channels over the years that I've enjoyed, but the second they do or say something that I find reprehensible, it's like I'm done. I'm not that invested in them to give a fuck. It's very easy for me to just go, I used to love that TV show and I don't like it anymore and move on.
Yeah.
You know, and the people that are heavily invested, even when those creators are doing things that are reprehensible, and they still defend them, like that's the thing that pisses
Yeah.
me off on YouTube, because in the real world, there's people that we know who 95% of the time we adore, but every now and then they do or say something, we're like, oh, I don't really like you right now. And
Yeah.
we can say that to our friends, and they'll go, yeah, actually, I'm a bit of a prick at the moment. And then you move on. But the blind followers that will feel that they've got to stand by these creators all the time and not call them out on their bullshit, that irritates me. Like, if you're that invested in someone and you're a member of their channel and you're a moderator or whatever, and they're doing shitty things, call them out on it. It blows
You
my
should
mind.
always call out people for their shitty behavior, hey, because the more that you allow it to happen or you don't call it out, the more you're guilty of skewing reality for people who are, when people come along and say, no, that's not what's going on, this is what's going on. And then you, just because of some sense of loyalty that you have to somebody, you willingly lie or obfuscate the truth, then you're just warping reality. Basically, you're trying to tell me that what I'm perceiving is fucking wrong when it's blatantly right. I really don't like that. I don't get it. You should always call out people. It doesn't matter if they're your friends or not. Like, you shouldn't surround yourself with people who do that in the first place, whose behaviors like put you in a position where you feel like you need to start I don't know. You don't need to defend people's shitty behavior. You
No,
don't need to
and
lie for people.
it's the psychology of YouTube's what interests me. And if there are channels where everyone is just still cheering that creator on, even when they're being a dickhead, it's just they're just as complicit and they're enabling it. And and it's very easy for me to just go, okay, well, I'm over that person now. I
Yeah.
mean, I try to see the good in every single person on YouTube too, which I don't think many people do. I think most people try to bring the worst out in people they
They do,
encounter.
yeah. Yep.
So there's all this sort of psychology that's a polar opposite to how well-functioning human beings are in the real world. And, YouTube's an element of my life that I really enjoy, but it's not the be-all, end-all. And I think
Yeah.
earlier on when we were talking, there was a comment that you were making, and the thought I had at the time was some of these people, it is their life. It is all they've got. They don't have another aspect of their life as a reality check. Like, they're so caught up in the YouTube world
Right.
that become their reality. But the problem with that is that for some reason people function differently on YouTube, and just general rules of politeness, decency, tact,
Yeah, it all
diplomacy,
goes out the window, hey.
it doesn't exist. And that's what I find really fascinating. That's what I can't stop watching it, because I keep wanting that little beacon of light where someone will stand up and go, actually, no, this is fucked up.
Yeah.
And how people react to it. And then you kind of work out where the diamonds are on YouTube. And I've always felt like,
Yeah,
even on
you
my
do.
channel, I've got ripper subscribers and I love my community, and we can go live and talk about absolutely nothing, but everyone's checking in on everyone else and offering support. Like, nobody's been a disaster area for the most part. I've had a few disaster areas, but they're just blowflies. They just come along, give everyone the shits, and then they
Yep.
leave or squash them. But
Yep.
it's interesting because these other channels, it's sort of like this quagmire of people that are all just, they become non-functioning human beings. They lose aspects of their personality, like empathy and compassion and kindness, but also reality. Like, yeah, if you're going to call out a friend for being a dickhead, you can do it in a way that's polite without pissing them off. But it's the fact that people don't, and they're all just cheering this shit on, that does my head in. I just want to note Casper's comment. He's put, best live ever was when Tori and I did a dual drive live. That was fucking gold. We were both driving and live at the same time. And I don't know if it was a YouTube first, but it was fucking crazy. Like, we're chatting to each other while we're both cammed up and driving. It was pretty cool. Like,
Is he Tasmanian too?
no,
Must be a Tasmanian thing, eh?
no, he's not Taswegian. But it was
So-
fun.
That's what you were saying. Then is that the reason why I asked you about Lycan theory was because Claire watches his show, or I see her in his chat or whatever. But he's a dude who, like, man, all you have to do is like look at him, and fucking if you hear him speak, you're like, you snooty little cunt. You just need a punch in the fucking nose. Like, that's all you need to sort you out, you know? Like, he has this unwarranted arrogance, and the way that he talks to people, like they're so far beneath him. And you know what I mean? He's got the whole, the ego is so fucking far out of whack with who he actually is as a person. It's just so obvious that he's so sheltered from any consequence ever in his life at any point.
Yeah, but did you just bring that up to have a dig at Claire or to talk about?
No, absolutely not. No,
Right.
because I brought up Larkin before, and that's how I know of Claire. So, yeah, she's got nothing to do. I'm not having a go at her in any capacity at all.
Choc chip cookies are done at Melmel's. Let's go. I agree, Casper. We needed somebody on the other side of the road to really fuck with everyone's heads, because it would have, having had like two Aussies driving along, and I was driving in like remote Tasmanian countryside. Casper was driving on like a city street. But yeah, having somebody else driving but on the other side of the road would have fucked everyone up. But it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. I want a choc chip cookie. But yeah, I don't want to like, I'd love to have everyone up. Why don't we have a resolution night, guys? You can all come up and hey, Blue, good to see you, gorgeous.
Hey, Blue.
We could just put a shitload of people up on panel and you can all just let it rip, and I'll just sit in the corner and make notes about the psychology of YouTube, because that is my fascination. And I've got
funny. It's funny you mentioned that, because I was having a conversation with my friend about it the other day, and he was saying that he believes that they're going to start probably clinically studying the psychology behind YouTube streaming, like, and how sick and narcissistic these people are.
They already have. Google.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you Google, is everyone on YouTube a narcissist, you'll see studies that have already been done.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
And
it's pretty fucking interesting stuff. It's pretty confronting. But yeah, I'm happy to host a panel where we can all just chill. But the thing is, like,
if Blue comes up, I'll come up.
Oh, I don't know.
Has she come up, Tori?
I've never had Blue on my panel.
I will regardless, but I'm just trying to entice her up. So,
but I think at the end of the day, Australians can still have differing opinions, but have a decent conversation and discussion about it
for
too.
sure, without sounding like they want to rip each other's heads off.
Yeah, and look, I mean, I think Australians say let's agree to disagree more than any other group of people on the planet, in my experience. I think that it's generally an Aussie thing that you can still be mates even if you're on, politically opposed sides, or you go for football teams that are arch enemies, or part of our nature. Like, it's ingrained in all of us that it's okay to have differing opinions, and you can still have a discussion and respect that. And that's, in my real life with friends and dinner parties and stuff, we're all like a good debate. We never all end up hugging and singing Kumbaya because we all agree. It can get heated at times, but at the end of the day, it's a topic we're discussing. It's not a person we're pulling apart. But I've noticed with a lot of the American channels, there's no concept of a good debate. It becomes it's always personal. There's always personal attacks. They resort to calling each other bitches and fucking slugs and all kinds of shit. Whereas Aussies can argue a point and still disagree at the end of the day without resorting to personal attacks, And there's a quote that once you resort to a personal attack, you've lost the argument. And it's so fucking true. And, a lot of these US channels, it's like whoever screams the loudest and says bitch the most sort of ends up feeling like they're the victor.
Yeah.
Really bizarre.
So I had that conundrum yesterday with somebody where he was saying like, oh, I won this thing. I'm like, what did you win? Like, nobody even got a point across. There was no point to any of this. They literally just came up here to tell you that this is fucking stupid. and it's pathetic on all sides. Like, but to him, it was this thing of like, it was like, oh, no, I won. And I'm like, I got so much pride in this. And there were, like I said, like there literally it was over nothing. Like nobody got a point across. So there wasn't anything where at the end of it, I went like, oh, I see where he's coming from. I disagree with that. I didn't have anything at the end of it to walk away from. Like, so yeah, you're very correct there. And Australians are much more likely to just at the end of it be like, oh, who gives a fuck,
Well, or just, I mean, the standard, let's just agree to disagree. I'm just dropping the StreamYard chat. I don't mind missing MasterChef if anyone does feel like taking the link and coming up. But because, yeah, we can chat about it. Because I do think there's a distinct difference, and I could be very wrong because I haven't dabbled in shitloads of Aussie channels. But I do see a distinct difference in Australian channels to, or at least Australians to other countries and the way discussions are handled. Like, it doesn't matter at the end of the night if everyone agrees to disagree. It's the fact that that's on the table already, that it's okay to agree to disagree, that makes the discussions a lot more interesting, I think. But I still am fascinated by the way just sort of general rules of social behavior go out the window when you move into the YouTube realm. And like some of the most basic things, like just common decency and politeness, and I don't mind a heated debate. And some of the train wreck shit I've seen over the years I've found really funny. But I must say in the last 2 years, the stuff I've seen on YouTube is actually depressing more than anything. It doesn't make me laugh like it used to. Like, it used to be funny to see someone lose their shit or, the train wrecky kind of viewing. Now it's just got really mean and really dirty and really low. And I'm not saying there isn't an Australian that would be capable of all of those things, but for the most part, it's not Australian channels where I see this sort of shitty behaviour happening.
Yeah, I saw, well, since like tuning into a few drama ones recently, I noticed that like people do a live, then someone will do a live response. And this is like multiple ones during one day, where it's like, such and such said something, so somebody else goes and does a live in response to that. People are so reactionary, like Americans especially. They're so sensitive to being insulted, and it seems like whoever screams the loudest, like you were saying before, like that's the winner. Whoever calls you a faggot fucking the most, like whoever screams at you the most, filibusters you the most, that's your winner. And to me, it's like you're all fucking losers.
Claire's got stuff to say. I'm just telling her to take the link. Or Joey, you're welcome to come up. Anyone's welcome to come up, but Claire reckons you're only here to clip shit for your mates.
Me? No, I'm not. No, not at all. I wouldn't clip. What do you mean? There's nothing to clip. We're just having a conversation.
Come on, that's soup. You want to clip the bit where I caramelise the onion?
Oh, yeah. Well, we can clip the parts where we're being funny, but other than that, no. I think Claire wants to hate me because I don't like lichen theory, but Claire, I don't hate you. I feel nothing towards you, and I'm not here for any ill reasons at all.
Took Mel over a year to make a response video, and she was called a drama queen. That's the thing. We finally get the energy as a bunch of laid-back Aussies to go, okay, because I feel the same. Like I had my entree into the YouTube world was as a moderator for a true crime channel that I ended up getting booted out of. And then hell followed me for like a year and a half, and it bugged the crap out of me. I didn't get a right of reply. And I finally did get to have a right of reply, and it felt so good. It felt so good to just say, you know what, fuck it. I'm not just going to sit back and say it was all bloody lollipops and rainbows when it was bullshit. But it did lead to a whole heap of new bullshit. But at the same time, I felt vindicated that I'd finally been able to say my piece. And I was really diplomatic. I didn't slag anyone off personally. I just said, this kind of fucked me up. And I ended up, becoming this sort of pursued and hated person on YouTube because I got kicked out of this mod group. And I actually operated on YouTube for a long time under alt accounts just so people would leave me alone. It got that fucking bad. But I felt really good for having a say, and I wasn't an asshole, and I didn't rip anyone to shreds, because there was a time in that group of moderators I was having a ball, and that creator brought us all together. And I can still acknowledge that a lot of the time, most of the time, it was fantastic. It only turned to shit when I got booted for giving another creator $10, and Mike, the creator I was modding for,
wow, what a petty reason.
it was very petty. But we were also kind of all like, just, oh well, I'll just suck it up. But I got bullied all over. Wherever I went on YouTube, people popped up and just bullied the fuck out of me over that. And it's like, I gave someone $10 that this creator didn't like and got kicked out of a mod group. That's my big offense. And I finally got to sort of speak my piece, and a lot of former ex-mods were also given my platform to air their grievances, but it didn't turn into this horrible bitch fest. Like, you can get things off your chest and talk about your experiences without resorting to, being a dickhead.
Well, if you're an adult, you can do that.
Well, so you can't take a link, Joey, hubby's home. That's fair enough, mate. But sometime soon, that'd be really cool. I might try to do that. I've got, I don't think it's going to happen for a couple of weeks unless I have a night in Adelaide where I just want to go live and do an open panel, and we can just air grievances if there are any. Americans can be cray blue. I mean, is it racist for us to say that? But seriously?
No, they're sensitive as fucking hell, man. One thing I've noticed is Americans hate about Australians is that they always feel like we're pulling a fucking joke on them, and they don't get it. Like, I've noticed that about some of them. They feel like they don't know if what you're saying is sarcastic, and that, I think, it bothers them. That they don't know if you're making fun of them or not.
Oh, dude, I've been blocked in so many chats for saying something sarcastic. Not many people are fluent in sarcasm on the YouTube streets. That's for sure. You've got to temper. I've been blocked on the spot for saying something that I thought was comedy gold, and I'm pissing myself laughing at how funny I am, and then boom, blocked. It sucks, man. We're exotic. We are exotic. But yeah, I mean, we are very dry. We are sarcastic, and we're also really laid back. I think it annoys people that we don't get fired up and aggro. I mean, there are a few Aussies who do, but a lot of us don't, and I think that gives people the shits. Here comes Claire.
That bothers people too. Yeah, for sure. Hey, Claire.
Yeah, hello.
Toz, it's been forever. How you going?
Yeah, good, mate. Good to see you.
How are you, Claire?
Yeah. Oh, hey, Australian Ellis. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Talk about me like you know me. When did we meet?
I've seen you around liking theories.
Mm-hmm. So what are we talking about? Cooking recipes, or what are you?
No, we're talking about drama today.
Right. Fill me in. What's your drama?
It's just general. My drama. What's your problem, Claire?
How'd you find Tori's channel?
Found it on YouTube, actually.
Awesome. Cooking?
Yeah. How'd you find it?
Awesome.
How'd you find it, Claire?
Probably years before you, but that's all good.
Oh, you must be cooler than me then, hey? Claire, what's this beef? Why are you so hostile, dude? What's going on?
No, I'm not.
And yes, you are. You're being very, very hostile. See, Tori, you've got it already. See what's happened?
That's cool. I'm just packing the peace pipe.
Oh, yeah, you're loving it, are you? You just walk straight. You're like, yep, walk away.
No, but Tori said take the link, so I'm here. I'm happy to.
No, it's fine. It's okay. Can you rename the stream, Tori, to like Aussie Ellis versus Claire Bear?
No, I'm keeping it.
See? No, she won't do that because that's not what it's about.
What?
I just think if there's if there's a bit of tension going on here, you guys can sort it out.
I feel it. I think it's sexual, Claire.
Oh, yeah, whatever's.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just want to say, hey, Tori, I've missed you. I don't know what Ian Ellis's problem or Australian Ellis, aka Ian Ellis's problem is with me, but where I go and what
I don't
do,
have a problem
I
with
don't-
you, Claire. What are you talking about?
You said it earlier, mate. You said
I ain't
that.
got a problem with
you
you.
go to
I
liking
said it
stream.
several times, dude.
I'm not a
Well,
dude.
what else you want me to say, man? I'm fucking like I ain't got a problem with you, eh?
So how long have you watched Tori streams? Like, how come you
Few
landed
months.
yourself into this pit? Yep. So you don't know
Why are
about
you
the
so
scam
pissed off that I
baiting
found
or-
Tori? Tori, I've been talking to you, like I've been in your chat and watching for a little while, eh?
Yeah, I'd say a few months now, but why did you just call my channel a pit?
A
Yeah.
pit? I didn't
A
what?
pit of despair? Why is my channel a pit? That's a negative word, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
And you
not
called
nice.
yourself a piece of shit.
Who, me? Yeah. Well, I'm being facetious.
Why
You're
is my channel
facetious.
a pit?
Yep.
I just want to know why my channel's
Why?
been called a pit. Because that's like a cesspit or a pit of
It's like you
despair.
want to have a problem with me, but you haven't got a legit one. Like, Claire, you just got to drop it, dude. It's no good for you to be walking around angry and shit, eh?
I'm not. So that's all cool. But
Well, you sound
why are
annoyed.
you
That's even
saying
worse than
where I
being angry.
go,
You, at
what I
least, like,
do?
when you're angry, you
Are you
can
following
vent.
me?
When you're
Are you
annoyed, you
stalking me?
can't. Pretty much, yeah. What?
Oh, you are. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, I love you, Tors. I just
I
wanted to
love you
jump
too,
up and
Claire.
say I support you.
I
It's
support
nothing to
you
do
too,
with
Claire.
AE. Yeah,
That's cool,
go
but I don't
control
like
it.
it.
I
You
support your
enjoy it.
right to choose, Claire.
But why is my channel a
Yay
pit?
for you.
I'm a male feminist. I don't know why you're attacking me. I'm on your side.
Tori said, why is her channel a pit?
You called it a pit, Claire.
What is a pit? What do you mean by pit?
I didn't.
I thought you
I
just
didn't
said,
call it a pit.
what are you doing in this pit?
Yeah, that was you.
No. I hadn't finished typing because this guy triggers me, and that's fair. You're right.
Are you a
Because
snowflake?
how have you come along and just railroaded Tori's channel? For what reason?
I don't think I've railroaded it. I came up here to have
You
a chat with
have.
Mel
You
Mel and
called yourself.
Tori.
No. You called yourself a piece of shit earlier. Why?
So,
So you're just
am I
going to
not allowed to
go
do
into
that? Or
channels and you're just going to go into channels and just destroy people, or what's your
No,
aim?
destroy
What's your
who's getting
aim?
destroyed?
But
Who's
No,
getting
but what's your
destroyed
aim?
here?
What's your
You're
aim?
trying to destroy me. I feel attacked. This is
I
not
just
cool,
want to
man. You shouldn't
defend
do
my
this. This is what I
hang
mean,
on.
Tori, about people like treating people different than how they would in real life. Like,
But
would
hang
you
on.
do this to just somebody you just met? You come up and just start like having a go at them.
I mean, I just want to give a bit of
Nope.
back. I just want to give a bit of history with my relationship with Australian Ellis on this channel. He rocked up in chat one day. He's never been a problem. He's been good fun. A lot of the people in chat have engaged with him. Ian Ellis has always come in like for over a year, I reckon, and has always
Oh yeah.
been
Yep.
nothing,
I
no
remember.
problem at all.
Yep.
Like they just come and hang out. Like I've actually had arch enemies in the last few months in my chat at the same time, and they've all just been chilling out and having a good chat. So I don't know if here's Joey. I don't know. Hey Joey Groover.
Hey guys.
G'day Groover. But yeah, I don't know whether my
Hey,
channel
Joey.
just provides a place where people just come and hang out. But I've had like total arch enemies from the drama community in my chat together, and there hasn't been any issue at all. But yeah, people just rock up. I mean, my channel's always been, unless there's hate speech in the chat, or they're having a go at me or anyone on my panel, or they're just in my chat just slagging off another creator over and over again. That's the only rule I have, is time them out, or hate speech block straight away. That's it. So I've always been like, whoever comes here is welcome here, as long as they're not dickheads to other people in the chat or on the panel, or hate speech.
Hey, I'll tell you what, like Claire, this is an example of how little drama I'm looking to bring to Tori here. If you look over in the private chat, I wrote Milking Limonade, which is a channel that's a commentary on, it's a parody of Making Lemonade or whatever her name is, but it's a channel that is, Tori said that she's interested in, but it's drama related to YouTube streamers. So I didn't even bring
Have
it
you
up.
ever
I just
watched
put it in
it?
the private chat. Of course
I'm
I
not,
have.
I know who Milking. I'm not interested in her channel. She's not a commentator.
No, it's not. This isn't her channel. It's a parody of her channel that does
Oh,
YouTube
okay.
streamer commentary.
Okay, cool.
But
Yeah.
I understood that that's like not something that most of the people in the chat aren't going to be interested in that. And it's if I bring it up,
Can I
it doesn't.
say something?
Sure.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I want to introduce Joey to everyone else. Claire and Australian
Joey.
Alice Wilson. Welcome, gorgeous. Maybe we need to chat about your stuff, Joey.
No. I just wanted the is it Claire? I weren't going to come on, but then Claire come on, and then these two, I don't know what was going on. So Claire must know. Do you know something? And if you do, just spit it out to old Ellis.
Yeah, that would be best.
That's all.
I know
I told my whole. Okay, just say it. Spit it out. Go on.
I know something.
Well, that's what I thought.
What do you?
No. So what I was trying to get at it.
There's definitely tension.
Yeah, there's tension there.
Not
and
on my behalf.
I said I wasn't going to come up.
Not on my part.
I feel
either.
it from. I don't feel it from.
know.
No. That definitely is from you for sure. There is. They're right about that. Joey's.
And that's why I just said, just spit it out.
Coming from you.
If you got something, darling, just get it off your chest.
I won't be offended. You can say you hate my guts and want me to die. I don't really care.
Nope. Actually, it was you, Australian Ellis, who said that I have an issue with someone else completely outside of Tori's channel. So there's no tension, but you can't make comments in Tori's live and link it to something that's not related. Like, why do that? What are you trying to do by saying that?
I'm going to need you to be more specific than that, sorry. Could you, give me an example of what I said? I'm not saying that I didn't say that. I've forgotten. But I probably did. I'm 100% believe you, But if you could give me an example of that, that'd be great.
Do you have a channel, Ellis?
Yeah, I do, but it hasn't got any videos that are really related to anything Claire would.
So it's not ripping no one off, No,
it's just pranks I pull on people, and it's usually celebrities, not streamers.
Oh well, he's not here for none of that, guys, because we're not celebrities. So
I used to pick on Lycan Theory, which is one of her. Is he a friend of yours, or is he
who?
Is he a friend, Claire, or is he just someone you watch? This Lycan Theory guy.
I don't even know who that is.
He's a piece of shit. He's a total piece of shit. He deserves everything that I've done to him.
Oh, okay. By the way, Joey M in Joey M Wilson.
I don't know what you've done to him.
Mediator.
If you want to have a look at some of my handiwork, he's got his own Reddit page now, thanks to me. But you can check it on reddit.com/Lycan
Reddit is so
Theory.
25 years ago, but Reddit.
Well, it's a good, it's a nice little archive of your buddy's adventures, of all the things he does to women. You think I'm bad? Holy shit. This guy's got it all. Blackmail, revenge porn, fucking the gamut.
So why I asked that, Ellis, is because
I don't think that's something you need to bring to Tori's channel, Ian.
Well, honestly, I'm trying to get down to the source of the tension that these people are picking up on.
People put revenge porn
out there. There's no tension.
No, there definitely is. That's why these people have picked up on it. This is what I mean about skewing reality. Everybody here is experiencing it, but you're telling us it doesn't exist.
Honestly, if there's fucking what did I just say then? Something about porn. What did you just say? Oh yeah. If there's that porn, don't worry about it. Kimmy K, mate, she become famous because of her porn fucking tape. So revenge porn, tick, gone. Next.
I mean,
Sorry, I've be honest.
I think it should be probably handled on a case-by-case basis of how the woman feels about it. But I would, I mean, I'd love to get behind that statement, but I'm worried I'd be Me Too'd.
See, that's the thing. People don't know who they're talking to when I get up on chat.
You can say anything. I'm like a bloke, mate, honestly.
I'm like a bloke too.
To be honest, I
that's
don't
why-
feel safe with Claire here. I feel like she'd be the one who accuses me of, misconduct.
Oh no, we don't want to get too heavy. I just thought if there was,
I'm only joking. I'm only joking.
I know, but you guys don't obviously have like a long-standing YouTube. What I'm getting from this is you're not like YouTube buddies, right? Just Claire supports someone that you don't like. Is that the gist of this?
Yeah, and it's not real. I don't have a problem with her for liking the person either. I don't know why she's got to, like, is something stuck in your craw about like what I did to him, or I don't quite get it. I would like her to explain it, but if she doesn't feel comfortable doing that, I'm not going to force her. I'm not going to lose sleep over it, but I think that she's misguided. That's for sure.
Do you think, Claire? Do you think that Ellis is here under ulterior motives?
That's a good question, actually. She might be on mute.
No, I just don't understand why he's on Tori's channel calling me out about lichen theory when it's nothing to do with Tori. Like,
no, it's not. It's not. I'm just saying what the commonality is between. That's what I'm saying, because you're making comments about me in the chat. So I'm trying to like bridge what the commonality is for the people who don't know, like how we know each other, and
but
Tori
there's nothing
included.
to do with Tori here.
Well, it kind of
is.
It's
happening on her channel, though. That's the thing. Is that like,
and I just
it's
go
happened
with the
here.
flow.
And that's just. I guess that's unfortunate. That it's
well,
here.
no, hang on a sec. But I mean, it is my channel now. I mean, I'll go with the flow. But there was obviously like before you hopped up on panel 2, Claire, like between like both of you, and I just think if this is an opportunity to air out whatever it is, and it can't be that big a deal because it's not like you two have this long history of friendship on YouTube or anything. So let's just nut it out and shake hands and do some.
Hey, I got nothing. Like if somebody asked me to say bad things about you, I couldn't. I'd have to make them up, Claire. So I'm sorry if I've offended you at any point along or anything. I'm not wearing that as a badge or something. I'm not one of these people who's like, oh, I triggered you. I'm not that petty, and I'm actually concerned that you have some sort of opinion of me that's not the way that I would like it to be anyway. So yeah, I'm sorry if I've done something to cause that.
Can we get some peace, love, and happiness happening here?
Maybe did I nut it out all right, or
Claire?
I think I heard Claire just it was sort of like went bzz, bzz, bzz. I don't know what that was.
I thought that was Claire sobbing because of how emotional my speech was.
Glitching.
Oh, it's a StreamYard glitching. But yeah, I mean, look, can this be nutted out? Like, by the sounds of it, one of you likes a channel, the other one doesn't. If that's the gist of it, it's kind of like, okay, cool, let's move on. Yeah.
I'm 100%. I don't want to brag, but I'm already lapping you in the moving on part, Claire. I'm running rings around you as far as moving on goes. So join me, please.
You don't know each other in real life, do you?
No, I don't. Is Claire having a connection issue? Because I feel like I shouldn't be saying these things without her having the right to reply.
Yeah, no, she just said her StreamYard's glitching, so we'll just wait till it's not. And when Claire can speak, we'll let her have a chat for sure.
You're loving this, aren't you, Tori?
No, because I'm feeling the tension, and I don't want you.
That's perfectly normal. That's fine. No, I was only joking. It's fine. I think it's a normal thing for people to enjoy, like little altercations and.
Well, I don't think it's serious enough to not bury this tonight. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this could be a agree to disagree shake. Oh, she's dropped off. I think her StreamYard's playing up. But no, I mean, I can feel the tension, but I also don't think it's that serious that it can't be resolved.
It's
I mean,
not serious at all.
Yeah, her shit's glitching. She's back in chat saying that. So we might have to, we may need to just take comments from Claire and put them to you. But I just think it's, it's nothing that warrants any sort of ongoing. I mean, I don't know. Is there something more that I'm not aware of? Because I don't know. Like, look, at the end of the day, on my platform, Claire Bear's been fantastic. You've been fantastic, Australian Ellis. Like, you rock up and just muck around in chat. Like Blue said a little bit earlier, you've been coming here for a long time. There hasn't been any drama. There isn't usually on my channel, but I mean, not that. God, I mean, people can come into chat and not like each other and have a bit of a spat with each other too. I don't mind that either. Like, it doesn't bother me if people are a bit tense with each other. It's up to them to either just block each other or, you know, if it got too crazy, one of my mods might go, calm your tits. But other than that, but I just don't want anyone sort of feeling that like you're not welcome here, because you all are. And it's not a channel that's invested in any specific drama community, or I'm not loyal to any creators. I mean, I've got friends who are creators, but if they did something I thought was a bit wanky, I wouldn't hesitate to say that was a bit wanky. But you know what I mean? Like, yeah, but Claire, the lichen thing, I think that came about because of comments you were making that were a bit cryptic in the chat too. Like, I don't think either of you are solely, not to blame, it's not a big drama, but
I think that happened pretty organically, hey?
Yeah, you just got to get shit off your chest, that's all.
Exactly. Get it off your chest. And I think there were sort of cryptic messages in chat because I wasn't highlighting them because I didn't know what the fuck they meant, Claire. So, and there were a few other people making comments that I skimmed over for the same reason, because I don't have a background with any of you that's involved enough to even know what the fuck you were talking about.
Yeah. It's like not even worth explaining either, because when I say it out loud, I'm like, oh, this is so fucking gay, you know?
Yeah, I know he mentioned lichen, but I think I'm believing Blue's calm your tits up. I know you didn't mention him, but he did. But now we've got Casper joining. Okay.
Who's lichen?
G'day, Casper. I'm putting calm your tits back up on the screen. I think that's actually what I'm going to change my live to. Calm your tits. How you doing, Casper?
Calm your tits, Tori. It's all right.
Hey, Casper, how are you, mate?
Hey, mate. How you going?
Good, thank you. How's yourself?
Oh, good. I was going to come up before, but I was having dinner. I think I can explain a little bit to Tori. Like, because I'll defend Claire. I think she's just being a little bit like protective of Tori as well, and the reason why I say that is because when I think it was Claire that got me onto Tori's channel when she was doing the scam baiting, because I found it really interesting to watch. And she said to me back then, you know, because I'd come from other communities and it was, you know, a little bit drama related, and Claire said to me, look, please don't bring any of that stuff over here. And I said I wouldn't do that, even though it did happen one time, which I apologize to Tori for. So I kind of get where she's coming from, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. I get that too, but I don't get all the other stuff or why it warrants any kind of disagreement, because isn't it just, yeah, you like him, I don't, end of story kind of scenario? And, yeah, Claire is OG scam baiting, and that's when we got to know each other really well and spent a lot of time. We used to chat offline a lot too.
Yep.
About all kinds of life issues, not YouTube issues. Like, we barely ever, because there were people that, like a community that Claire came from that was completely different to the one where I came from, and we didn't have channels in common at all. Like, Claire just was in my channel doing the scam baiting with me and doing Big Daddy-O, and we had a heap of fun. But, you know, Australian Ellis also at some point appears in my chat and has just been funny and mucking around in chat and so on.
Yeah.
So
you know, I think Aussie Ellis says he was going away for a sec. It's like I've been watching some of this other stuff where Aussie Ellis is and stuff, and yeah, they've been, you know, it's a little bit dramatic, I guess, and I think that it's just that she just doesn't want that to happen over here, and I understand where she's coming from, because
neither do I. I mean, I was sort of clear that I didn't want it to get deep and drama-ish, because we were actually talking about the drama stuff on YouTube in a general sense, but I didn't want it to end up being in a, you know, like actually going down into personal dramas or whatever. And Claire's saying in chat she's never had a beef with AE, so
yeah. As for the like and stuff, yeah, I watched a little bit of his stuff before. I didn't know he showed up somewhere I was watching, and I thought, oh, I'll check that out. It's not really my piece of cake, but everyone should be just allowed to go and watch whatever they want to watch. I mean, you're going to get some conflicts. I mean, even with the Aussies, there's conflicts. You know, it's mostly the Americans, but yeah.
Yeah, for sure. There's always going to. And the other thing is, like, you know, there's a lot of information around YouTube about all of these creators and their seedy backgrounds and stuff. But I'm the sort of person, if I was going to get involved in stuff, I would actually do my own research before I even talked about it on my channel, let alone somebody else. Because I'm not backing that person that they've done their research. And, yeah, I don't want it to become a channel where specific creators are being discussed if I've got no clue who they are and I haven't been able to research them myself. Yeah. So that's sort of the only issue I've got. And Joey Wilson, do you have any clue who this person is either? Because
I don't even know who. Does he do true crime like him?
No fucking idea. I'd be quite happy to log off and never speak of this person again.
If he does, he mustn't do true crime because I've never heard of him.
I don't know.
Well, that's not saying much. I've discovered a heap of true crime channels in the last few months I'd never heard of, and they're massive. Like
no. Like I watch a lot of true crime, but I've never heard of Lycan.
I don't know, Lycan. I've heard of Lycan theory before, but the only time I've ever heard it before, I think, was back in the sort of Aussie Outlaw not thinking I was an asshole time. But I don't know who talked about them, but I've definitely heard the name before, but not investigated or gone to find out who they are. But I do. The name's not completely new to me.
It sounds
but all
like
I do know is the name. Sorry, go for it, Joey.
It sounds like a science show to me.
But you know what I see your channel as, Tori. Like for me personally, I like coming over here because it's like a lot of Aussies here. That's pretty much what I like about it as well. I mean, you got some fantastic other people here as well, you know, like Serenity B and all those sorts of people. I love those people. They're very nice people. It's nice to come to a chill stream with lots of Aussies. That's really what I liked about it.
Yeah, I agree. And that's the sort of community I've tried to create. And I do actually really love it when enemies, you know, like say in the true crime, well, there's a true crime / drama community. They call it crama, but I can't stand blended names like Brangelina and all that shit. But I've had like sworn enemies that are in the middle of a full-on war with each other in my chat, just having a good time. And that makes me feel really good. Like I like that this channel gives that kind of vibe, you know? And I get Claire like wanting to protect that because she's been around, you know, I mean, I haven't seen Claire for a long time, but we spent a lot of time together last year and, you know, I can see why she wants to protect that. And I won't let my channel go down that road. Like if I had people up on panel and it became a discussion that turned into talking about a specific creator, but with Claire Bear and with Australian Ellis, I was just keen because there was clearly something.
Yeah, I could sense it too. But like the thing is, like, I think, like, as far as I'm concerned, Australian Ellis is here because he's Aussie, he's one of us, and I don't really care what else what else he does over there, like with his Rev and the RDA stuff and stuff like that. Doesn't bother me. I think he's an Aussie and should welcome him.
Is Lycan an Aussie?
No, Australian Ellis I'm talking about.
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. I was reading chat. Casper was an ex-co-host of mine, says Sam Hill's old man.
I don't know who that is. Okay. I don't think I was anyone's co-host.
Have we got a new drama here? Is this the next one? Sam Hill's old man vocal, an ex-co-host. Who have you been a co-host with, Casper?
No one. I've had a few co-hosts.
But I agree with you, Casper. I do think, like, Aussies, you know, we are going to disagree on a lot of things, and there are some Australians that I don't really want to get too engaged with because they're just not my cup of tea. That's really the end of it. But, yeah, I think we should all band together because I think we can actually provide really good content in terms of discussions and hanging out together like if we're all down at the pub together. And I think it would be quite refreshing for people to stumble across some Aussie panels where we're just hanging out and having a bit of a laugh, maybe a bit of a debate. You know, show the rest of the world how it's done, you know?
Yeah. So it sounds like I did hit the nail on the head because, you know, I've been a friend of Claire's for, I think, a couple of years now. I don't know if people know the history, but I started on making lemonades channel. So, you know, I had a very tough lesson there, and the Aussie girls said to me, like, "Oh, we told you, Casper," and Claire was one of those people. So I have respect for Claire because she really does know what's the history of the whole thing.
But see, I copped shit about making lemonade too because I also said I thought she had a good singing voice, and I got canned for that. I really love voice. I mean, I worked in radio. I really love voices, and yeah, I've copped shit for saying I thought Rev had a good voice, and I've copped shit for saying I liked her singing voice. Like, don't get me wrong, I didn't like her singing for hours on end with Save Robbie, but I do think she's got a really nice singing voice. But I could shit for that, you know. Like, I'm trying to find the good in everyone on YouTube and spread the love a bit, and it just got me kicked in the butt repeatedly. Oh my God, who's this? Chill Messy Rob TV. Who's that?
I don't know. You got a lot of new ones tonight. See, this is what happens.
Chill streams. I like chill streams too, and I would love AE and CB, Clever and Australian Ellis to, you know, just, I don't know, I don't want I just want peace, love, and happiness, man.
Yep. So
I just kind of funny. My feeling is that Claire sort of sees Australian Ellis as a troll, pretty much.
Yeah, well, that's what we said.
Yeah.
A shit stirrer.
Yeah.
But he hasn't been here. Okay, so he might be.
Everyone deserves. Yes, that's right. Yes.
Yeah, he might be a total shit stirrer, and that's his jam on YouTube. But he hasn't been here, and this is where I want people to, like, I'll say this to be clear because this is how my channel's always been. How you behave in other parts of YouTube, unless you're like an out-and-out asshole doxing type, which doxing, but, you know, if someone who goes real life and makes it really personal, if you're cool as fuck in my chat, you're welcome here. That's how I operate. And if it bugs people, I'm sorry, but unless someone shows their asshole self on my channel, they're welcome here.
Yeah.
All of you.
That's what I thought. Claire had an issue with Ellis was because I thought that she thought that he was here for content. There, that's it. Got it out. Spat it out. You get me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
and
yeah.
You know, and if Australian Ellis, if that is your reputation around the YouTube world, then obviously if people see you up on a panel, they're probably going to make comments like Claire did. But again, Australian Ellis has never been an issue in my chat. Thingamajig, g'day. Well, this is one totally different cooking class. Sure as shit is, we're cooking, I don't know what, but we're cooking love. But yeah, look, people, I mean, I've seen the biggest turd burgers on YouTube, and then the next thing they're in my chat, and I have to admit, sometimes I'm like, whoa there, how did this fucker find me? But they've been fine in my chat. So if my chat brings the best out in people on YouTube, even the biggest turds on YouTube, isn't that something that we should encourage?
Yeah, for me, it's just a Aussie respect thing, you know?
Yeah.
Well, to me, it's a human respect thing. I mean, I was raised by parents who taught me to respect every other living being on the planet, be it human or animals. And I'm not one of these, you've got to earn my respect. It's not about that, but just honor the fact that they are living beings, human or animals, insects, sharks, whatever, sharing the same planet. That's how I was raised. So within, for Australians, I would definitely love to showcase everyone, and we're all a mixed bag of people. But YouTube's brought us all together, and I find that really cool in its own right. But my feelings about human beings extends to other places. Like I said, I've had one of the most polarizing people in the I don't even know what you'd call them, whether they're true crime or drama, come into my chat. They're quite hated around the YouTube streets. They came in and they chatted away and had a good time, and that made me feel good. Like, I like that my channel gives that vibe, and I want to keep
if
doing
you
it.
get confronted, you're going to be confrontational. That's what happens.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah.
Because I'm now known as a loony, all right?
We're going to sort this out. Well, actually, Casper, you are probably the best person to tell the world right now that Joey M. Wilson and Space Monster are two different people, because...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Can you just give a little speech about that so everyone knows?
Well, just before that...
Somebody clip it.
Just before that, Lily Bell is in the chat, and I haven't seen Lily Bell for ages.
Well, hello, Lily Bell.
Another Aussie.
I know Lily Bell. We used to be in a channel together in Chat a fair bit. I can't remember whose. A long time ago.
Yes, she was unwell last time I spoke to her, and that was well before COVID. And then I didn't hear from her after that, and I feared the worst. But I found out through the grapevine that she was okay. Anyway, I can definitely confirm that this. What's the name? Joe? Is it Joey that we call you?
Joey M. Wilson.
Joey is Joey M. Wilson. Okay. That is definitely not Space Monster. I've met Space Monster, and that is not Space Monster.
Somebody clip
Space Monster. So Space Monster does not have a tattoo on her chest.
Well, it depends on how well Casper knows Space Monster.
Yeah, I was going to say, I haven't seen it. What are you talking about? I haven't seen Spacey's chest. I only had lunch with her. I only had lunch with her, okay?
Okay. So how old is she?
Oh, geez.
Take Casper, be tactful to take 10 years.
Yeah, that's a hard question. That's a hard question to answer. I'll probably get dragged. Like, she'll probably do a video on me or something. I don't know. She'd probably be in her late.
No, actually, no. I know her age. She said it on something recently. I think she's 56.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
All right.
I think.
Okay. Cool.
Sorry,
so I'm 40.
not Spacey.
It's like she's 10 years older than me. So very good. We've got that cleared up. I am no longer. She can't be my mother either, because that's physically impossible. So
Hi, Tweety. Hi, Tweety.
Thanks for clearing that up. And I really just did come into sort of referee for you, Tori. That's all.
Oh, well, that's what I said. Joey M. Wilson. The M stands for mediator. You did a great job.
It's no longer vag. It's mediator. Cool.
Yeah, that's another thing. Joey's one of my. I reckon Joey would have subscribed to me before I even had 50 subscribers.
Yes, yes, that's right.
Been around from the start, really. So Space Monster, I probably first encountered in 2020 or 19, I reckon. But Joey's been with me since like September 2000.
Sorry, Voldemort.
Yeah. Since Voldemort.
Yeah.
Mm.
All right. Well, that's all I come in for.
Joey, you did a great job, and hopefully someone has just clipped that you are not Space Monster. You are two very different people, but apparently all Australians sound the same, which I find it really weird. Like, I don't think I sound anything like Wendy V.
I think it's all Bogans. All Bogans sound the same. That's what it is.
Well,
that's what Dave said.
We can all do a Bogan accent. Well, isn't he a Bogan?
Yeah. He's a dick. Anyhow, I've got to go. But I was just here to referee for you. All right.
You did a great job. You had good, solid questions. Love your guts, girl.
Okay, you too, mate. Bye.
And we've got your back. We've got your back.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye, beautiful. Yeah, see Lily Bell. Sorry, Tori.
When I left Jamie's stream, making lemonade, it was the Aussies like it was Claire and Twiggy and Space. They were the Aussies that connected with me at that time and sort of filled me in with a lot of knowledge. So that was my introduction to YouTube.
See, I've kind of resisted the knowledge offering people. Like, I've formed friendships, even with you, Casper. You can vouch for me. Like, I'm pretty firm with that. Like, I get that everyone's had their own battles on YouTube, and I've had mine too, but I haven't really shared them with people outside the people I experienced it with. But you can vouch that, yeah, I generally keep a pretty kind of.
Well, I didn't know your history. It was just that Claire said it was a cool channel and you were doing some scam banning. And I was actually kind of watching some of that stuff on YouTube, and I went, oh, I'll go and have a listen. So I listened for a while, and then I said hi in the chat a few times, and that's how I basically found your channel.
Yeah, and I love that word got out, and I love hearing how people found me, because I used to call myself the smallest channel on YouTube. I was for a long time. So it always interests me how people do find me, for sure. And I love that people like Claire Bear have recommended my channel to people like you, Casper, because we've ended up becoming buddies because of that introduction. And, you know, I don't know how Australian Ellis found me somehow, but I'm really interested in that, just as much as I love hearing other people when they're on panels saying how they all met. Like that, this is the stuff of YouTube that I like. I like all the camaraderie and the friendships, and you know, I like that we've all found this platform and we all get something out of it, and it can be really good fun. It used to be a hoot. Like, I got addicted to it because of how much fun it was, not because of what a train wreck it's become.
Yeah.
I think people now that enter the YouTube world, if they're getting into it, there's something a bit warped about them, because there's not many channels that just do good, fun content, you know?
Yeah.
But I do like providing a channel where people can come and hang out in chat. And I don't mind a bit of discussion, debate, even healthy argument, because I've noticed, not that there's been much on my channel, but I've noticed that people can still have very differing views but not resort to personal attacks. And I find that really refreshing, because a lot of YouTube just isn't capable of that.
Well, some of the everyone look, I'll be honest with you, a lot of people love a good train wreck, you know, like sometimes you want to sit in the stands and watch a good train wreck and you can't kind of turn away, sort of thing. But I've learned my lesson of I don't get involved with it anymore. It's aggravating. And you turn it off when you've had enough, because it just goes on and on. They argue about the same stuff every week.
Yeah, and I think it does actually. I know it impacted my mental health for sure. Like, it made me anxious, and I didn't like seeing people falling apart because they were, you know, just being targeted. But then it made me realize too that unless you go live and chat about people in a negative fashion, you don't get targeted. Like, I've said this so many times on my channel, there's nobody I've encountered on YouTube anywhere that has been completely innocent just being on YouTube and have suddenly become a target of numerous channels doing 6-hour and 9-hour lives about them. But I've also noticed that there are people that have said one thing that have ended up becoming the target of 6-hour, 9-hour lives. Like, it doesn't take much for someone to end up in the spotlight. So you kind of got to be a bit careful with what you do and say. But then, you know, like, you can also, I think, function on YouTube and not get too involved. Like, everyone has a choice. I've chosen to not join Discords or send people nudes for a reason, you know. My rational brain has gone, probably not a good thing to do, because you see what happens to people when they do that sort of shit. You know, like, people are watching YouTube for years on end and aren't learning stuff about how YouTube works, and they're idiots, because you don't have to even watch that much YouTube to learn a lot of stuff pretty quickly.
Yeah.
It's a weird place, you know.
You get a lot. There's a lot of this, Tori. There's a lot of this, you know, guilt by association. So if you just happen to like a certain creator or something, but it seems to be really hard to maintain all your friendships because someone's going to have a problem with one of the people that you like, and it just gets so messy.
Yeah, and the guilt by association thing, I find that an interesting phenomena as well, because I think when there's somebody being really vile on a panel and there are a shitload of people in chat that are spurring it on, I do actually think guilt by association is warranted in that situation. But popping up in a chat somewhere and just dropping a couple of little one-liners like I used to do, you do end up with targets on your back. I mean, I got blocked on other channels because I was just cracking jokes for the hell of it in another channel, but because other people didn't like that channel, I got blocked all over YouTube.
Yep.
And I think that's really pathetic. And I think it's even worse if people go after you for that, you know.
Sorry, I was just thinking about like starting like traces of nuts, like sock accounts, and just going starting the shit.
Traces of cashews.
So that's the Aussie. That's the Aussie coming out.
Traces of macadamia.
It's so funny, like to see all the Yanks going like, "What the fuck's the matter with that Tory woman?" Just going like crazy.
Well, you know what's a weird
shit
thing?
with everybody.
Do you know what's really funny? Because I changed my channel name a lot, but it's really funny because when I changed it to Traces of Nuts, like I used to be for a while Yum Tours, and for quite a long time. And there were creators that, you know, used to chat to me and say g'day and all the rest of it. But then when they got targeted like by NewsTubers Live, I mean, I'll give you an example. So Makeup Mobster used to really like Yum Tours. And then I changed my channel name to Traces of Nuts. And then NewsTubers Live did a piss take of Makeup Mobster, and it was about her possibly farting during a live. And NewsTubers Live portrayed Makeup Mobster as Elsa or one of the people out of Frozen. So in the comments under NewsTubers, I wrote, let it rip, like that Let It Go song. But it was let it rip, let it rip. Anyway, Makeup Mobster did not find that video funny. And then she read out the comments and she got to mine and just like, Traces of Nuts, look at this dickhead, let it rip, let it rip. And I was like, fuck, barely a month ago you thought I was cool, but I've changed my channel name. You got no idea who I am now, and suddenly I'm a dickhead.
Oh yeah, that's funny. Hey, when you do something under like a different, like an alt, and somebody who loves you like attacks you. You know, I did it actually to my friend Helen yesterday. I started attacking an alt of his, and I realized halfway through what I was saying that it was my friend, and then I felt really weird about what I was saying, but it was still true.
Thingamajig, this is definitely not the curry I'm looking for. I'm out. Oh, come on, Thingy. We're just having a little chitty chat. It's Sunday night. I've completely missed MasterChef. If my friend has been booted out tonight, it's all right. I can watch the replay tomorrow. It's fine. But Thingamajig, come on, where you gone? I wasn't making curry anyway. It was a soup, Groover. Oh, it was a curry soup, but I don't even know what chat's talking about now. There's all kinds
Toad
of
and Lily are really hitting it off.
Hey? Rev's Toad and Lily.
Toad and Lily, yeah. He's cracking her up.
Yeah, don't go.
Aussie Ellis, what state you in?
I'm in New South Wales.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Sydney
did,
area.
did you say you like pranking like celebrities and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Look. This is just a random thing, but I listened to fucking the highlights of John Law's show. Did you ever call up there?
I never got a call into John Law's. It's always been that's been like probably, if it's not number one on my list, it's close.
Because somebody was on there one day. Somebody was on there one day, and I swear it sounded like you, and they were like just acting like a real retard to him, and I couldn't. I was almost going to clip it and fucking show you because it sounded.
I've had like about. I'm 33, and I've been prank calling the radio station 2HD, which broadcasts like it's fucking what is it? So it's like right. They used to have John Laws on. I'm trying to think if they'd have anything relevant on it that's like that I could name. But there's this guy on it that's named Graham Gilbert, right? And I've been prank calling this guy for about like 20 years now, since I was about 13. And like I've followed him around like every shift. He's been like the night guy, the morning drive, the lunchtime, and he must be on his way out because recently I got him just randomly. I think because I just like sometimes will ring the radio station. Just like if say I was having drinks with my mates or whatever, I'd be like, "Oh fuck, let's ring 2HD." So to ring him up, and yeah, last time it was like 2 a.m, and Graham Gilbert was the person who answered, and I was like, "Oh, Gilbert, what's happening? You're on the fucking graveyard shift, mate. Your career's fucking in the toilet." And he put me on hold, like so they couldn't hear. Like, so it was just like dead air or whatever. And he was like, "Fuck you, you fucking little cunt." Like, he knew who it was straight away. So he knows my voice, like instantly recognizable sort of thing. But yeah, that's the closest I've got to, like, 2HD is the closest, like his radio station was, but never John Laws, man. I wish I could. I don't know. You know, here's the thing that I used to do. This one, I used to kind of like think about it as a practice for John Laws. So the topics I would do would be things like I'd ring up and I'd stir him up about like immigration and things like that. You know what I mean? Like I'd act like I was like, one time I rang up and I like pretending to be like Arab or Lebanese or something, and I was like, "Oh no, that's right." I was pretending to be Indian and saying that like I came here and like I was baiting him to say racist shit. You know what I mean? Like that's all I wanted was for him to say the truth, like say what I knew that he thought of immigrants. But I was like ringing up as an Indian, just like basically like flaunting my wealth and status in his country. And yeah, I used to do all sorts of funny shit like that. Or I'd ring up like as a like sort of like a yobbo, and I'd come up with ideas on how to keep like colored people out of the country. You know, and like, then they'd be like, "Oh yeah, that's a great idea, like deep sea fence, like a giant fucking fence in the water," and you know, yeah. No, I've always wanted to get.
You've got to be careful though if you're doing prank calls on radio shows and stuff. You've got to be careful because your voice can be a little bit Will Anderson from time to time.
Oh, I'd love that. If I can do Will Anderson, I'll ring up as Will Anderson and get him in shit.
When I did breakfast radio, the station that I worked for got bought by an Australian regional radio network. So they used to play a lot of other radio station shows, like once all the live content and local content, which was pretty much the breakfast show, and then there was like a morning show and an afternoon and then drive. But all these other shows would fill the gap. And when our breakfast show ended, it would go into John Laws and we'd still be packing up the studio, and it'd start and he'd be like, "Hello, world," and into his show with his golden microphone. But I heard the best John Laws story. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's kind of cool in the wrong way if you want to hear it.
Oh, yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
I would love to, yeah.
Okay, so apparently he owns like a bit of a rural property in New South Wales, and he used to hold these incredible parties where a truckload of sex workers would rock up and get released on his property, and they would like run and hide, and all of his guests would chase after them, and they'd do like paintball, but they'd be shooting all these sex workers in skimpy lingerie.
Why? What kind of a flex on people is that?
I don't know.
Like,
but
you know, I
can see it being true though.
Yeah, but it kind of like strikes me as one of those things where it's like rich people being perverse because like they've got so much money that they just don't know what to do to get a thrill. So
I agree.
Like, let's get a bunch of people who are really in an industry that's kind of like hard to be a prideful person in, I guess, because it's even if you are, let's say you're a sex worker and you're just completely proud of it, it's still stigmatized by society. So you've still got that perception to deal with. So you've got basically it's this that's a really bizarre like flex on fucking
it's very strange, but
people in general, like to get sex workers and shoot them with fucking paintballs sounds like a rich person thing.
Well,
like I wouldn't think if it was true, it wouldn't surprise me. I think I'm trying to say.
No, but the story was told by one of the girls, and they actually said they got paid ridiculous money and they didn't have to sleep with anyone, so they thought it was a good deal.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. It does sound like people with way too much money. But yeah, it was kind of weird because whenever he'd be like, "Hello, world," I just pictured this white truck pulling up on the farm and releasing all of these girls. And fuck, if he did it in winter, it would have been freezing as well. And if it was a Nerf gun, maybe it'd be a different story. Paintball hurts. If you don't have those.
Paintball leaves welts and shit.
Yeah, so I don't know if it was paintball or not, but yeah, really bizarre. And they all had like night vision goggles. It's kind of creepy, I reckon.
Sorry, I went paintballing recently. A friend of mine was getting married, right? And for his fucking, what do they call it? Bucks party, he decided to go paintballing in the day. And it was so fucking embarrassing, man. Hey, being 33 years old, standing there like we're in a group, like, yeah, sure, in a group of adults, but like with fucking kids, man, you know? Like there's just the other people there are just all children.
I think Sesh is liking this. Half the fun of paintball is the pain.
Oh yeah, it's great.
It's kind of
Well, I
true.
just let them shoot me. Hey, I couldn't be bothered. Like I didn't want to. As soon as they were like, "Yeah, do this," like people were discussing strategy, shit like that. So I just walk out in the open and just get fucking flooded by paintballs. And all right, I'm out.
If one of your mates is giving you the shits and you go paintballing and you get to shoot them in the bum, there's no greater feeling of happiness when you see them getting hit and the sound they make. Because it does. It freaking hurts.
You ever been hitting the nuts with one of the automatic ones?
What the fuck?
They had this like the nuts part was a joke, but they had this automatic one, and it was like some fucking little kid that had it, and he shot me and it hit me in the fucking nuts, man. Like 7 of them. So it was just like, you know, like this really quick burst that all hit me in the groin. Yeah, it's not fun. Like, I don't see the appeal of it. Hey, I felt like a silly fucking goose being 30 years old, like 33, holding a fucking paintball.
Well, the last one I didn't do was paintball. It was like a laser version, and
laser tag.
Yeah, but you get tagged and you're out. And I got like shot in the first minute, and that was it. It wasn't even like 3 strikes, you're out. So we spent 20 minutes putting on all these bloody jumpsuits and stack hats and night vision goggles and getting our lasers, and then we sort of got released into this haunted house sort of thing. And I got zapped within a minute, and that was it. Game over. It sucked.
Yeah, I don't know.
Everyone else was in there for like 2 hours.
I just don't see it as like it's too embarrassing for me to participate in. Does that make sense?
I feel that way about booze buses and segways.
Exactly. You know what I'm talking about. There's some things where you're just like, I shouldn't be doing this activity.
Well, there's something like segways. I'm just like not doing it ever. I've seen people on them. I don't want to be that person. The
guy who invented the Segway died? Fucking, he fell off a cliff on a Segway.
Really?
Yeah, the guy who invented it. But that's all you need to know about Segways.
Didn't the guy who invented bungee jumping die bungee jumping as well?
That doesn't surprise me at all. It wouldn't surprise me if the guy who invented skydiving died skydiving.
Yeah, I liked skydiving, and I kind of figured if that was the way I was going to go, it didn't bother me because, to be honest, the best part of skydiving for me was free fall anyway. Like the parachute bit bored the fuck out of me. I didn't like that bit. I liked the free fall. So, you know, if that was my way to go, I would have been fine. I would have just gone, aim for.
So you reckon if you had to end it, you'd fucking get yourself a flight up and just jump with no parachute?
No, I wouldn't choose to go that way, but if that was the way I was going to go, I'd just be like, well, this is fine because free fall's a rush. There's actually a murder I read about not that long ago with a guy who rigged his wife's chute and she died parachuting.
Yeah. Did they what could you refresh us of the story? I think that sounds very familiar.
I can't. I've got my laptop. The way it's set up, it's like a tablet, so I have to like type one letter at a
Oh,
time.
so you don't know off the top of your head though? You can't really remember
No,
the
I
details?
only heard about it like really recently, but the little keyboardy thing I have to use takes me like an hour. And I'll see if I can get it up. Parachute murder. Let's try that.
Do you remember that woman? Her name was Kathleen something. She was from like Singleton, in New South
Right.
Wales. And she cut her
Mine-
husband's head off and boiled his head.
That's Kathleen Knight.
That's it, Kathleen Knight. Yeah.
Okay, so the parachute murder, it was a crime that led to a 2010 Belgian love triangle skydiving murder trial. Let me get the names of the people. So the defendant was an amateur skydiver, Els Babs Klottermans, who sabotaged the parachute of another woman. Oh, women. Oh, no, one woman, sorry. Els Van Doren, because Van Doren was a rival for the love of Marcel Summers, another skydiver. That's not the one I'm thinking of. I'm sure the one I'm thinking of is an American. Yes, Victoria. Here we go. Funny enough, my name's Victoria too. Victoria Cillier, and it was her husband, Emile.
What was his name? Sorry, Tori.
So on Saturday, the 4th of April, 2015, Emile Cillier took his wife Victoria's parachute rig into the toilets and sabotaged it. The next day, Easter Sunday, she leapt from one of the Cessnas and fell like a rag doll. She fell 4,000 feet.
Fuck.
Going at 60 miles an hour. Should have been her death, but she was found alive with a broken spine, fractured ribs and a shattered pelvis, and she survived it because she was tiny and she landed in a soft, newly ploughed field. But it was the second attempt to kill her in less than a week.
Wow, she went back and skydived a second time after surviving the first.
No,
God, he must have looked clumsy walking into that toilet. Fuck with the rig, you know.
He ended up getting 18 years for 2 counts of attempted murder, but the victim herself says she refuses to believe her husband tried to kill her. It was difficult to prosecute because she wouldn't give evidence against him.
Fuck. Wow, he's really got her, eh?
Yeah. So the dreaded toilet.
She's got to do some of that James Bond shit, you know, where he jumps out, he gets pushed out the plane, and then he catches up to the other person with the parachute, and then he pulls the parachute off that person.
I know those tumbles in the sky were always very suspenseful, weren't they?
Yeah.
But good to see everyone that's dropped in. It's certainly been more than a curried lentil, tomato, and coconut soup live.
I bet you didn't expect this.
But I appreciate all the randos who've wandered in. Have you noticed my cover photo, Tori? Let me go and have a look. Joey, I've got to use this stupid little keyboard thing again. I didn't realize it had turned into tablet mode I've fully extended it, so it's sort of standing up on the keyboard, if that makes sense.
Oh, so you're talking about one of those it's like a hybrid of a laptop / tablet.
Yeah.
Yep.
So for me to Google or look anything up, it's like...
I think it'd be like easier than ever.
Whose house is that? Oh.
I like how Lily, her reaction to the parachute thing was, oh my God, ouchies. It's a woman falling 4,000 feet. That doesn't seem like it should be possible to survive, hey, a fall from 4,000 feet. Doesn't matter if you land on in a foam pit.
I'm looking at Joey's channel and she's saying it's an the soup has made Claire Bear sleepy. Sweet dreams, Claire Bear. It's an infamous house. Can you give me a clue, Joey? Because I don't know that house. I don't. I mean, I might, but I don't. It's not ringing any bells at the moment. I'm assuming that's you sitting in the car grinning like a Cheshire cat out the front of it. You'll leave it with me. No, I need just give me a clue, man. Just one clue. Well, yeah, I guess it was a murderer's house, but
Oh, does Joey take photos of murderers' houses too?
I know it's not Ivan Milat's house because his house was kind of in a bit of a rural area and it was a bit of a daggy house.
I used to live near a house that was Ivan Milat's mother's.
Oh, we have where I grew up, we had a Milat that was like not very like the next suburb over. I can't remember his name, but whatever they did, like that last documentary on him, he was like the main brother in it. He was the brother who was the only brother to be like, oh yeah, he's really creepy, and that like he hated his brother a lot, but he also looks like he's got something to hide. So,
I come from.
Wait. Sorry. Right. It is Ivan Milat.
Yeah.
Shit, now I've come back to chat. Fuck, guys, I'm over on Google doing my little tiny keyboard one letter at a time, and now I've come back to chat and you're all going, it is Ivan's house. Fuck, I could have just stayed in chat. I said a clue, not the answer, groovers. Anyway, it is Ivan Milat's house. Well, there you go. I thought it was like a remote kind of humpy. I remember seeing photos of them taking, maybe it was one of his brother's places. But yeah, apparently buyers were keen to snap it up back in 2016. Why would you want his house? Yuck.
yeah.
That should just get burned to the ground.
Yeah, I don't know. What is the fascination with? So, Tori, did you say that you came from true crime or something? Is that how you got your start of YouTubing? Like, I've noticed that, like, there's a lot of crossover of communities, and true crime isn't one I've watched anything of really.
Yeah. Did you want to know how I got into true crime?
Yeah. Well, how did you come across all that stuff? Like, how did you even get into like the streaming thing at all?
Oh, well, it's all because of true crime. So I was born the daughter of a criminal barrister.
Okay.
So I grew up in a house with a lot of criminals, clients of my dad's. I mean, he was also a politician, but that's another story entirely. But so I grew up in a house. My grandfather was also, in fact, I came from a family of lawyers, and I'm a lawyer too. I ended up becoming a criminal defense barrister. And I practiced law for about a decade before I went in raw comedy in South Australia and ended up going down a comedy career road. But yeah, so crime's always been in my family. We used to give each other true crime books to read. It's just been a thing because it was my family business, I suppose. And so that's where my interest in my fascination with true crime really started, even as a kid. And I didn't have aspirations to become a lawyer. I actually wanted to do acting. And then with a group of drunk uni student buddies one day, we all applied to get into law school because we had this idea that since we're all doing acting and drama at uni, if we didn't become famous very quickly, we'd need someone sort of propping us up. So we're like, well, let's all apply to do law. And those of us that get in to do law will become lawyers and we'll support the actors. And then when they become famous, they can then support us becoming famous actors. So that was the plan, drunk plan. Anyway, 6 out of 10 of us got into law school and off we went to law school. None of us became actors. And yeah, I practiced as a criminal barrister in Adelaide for a decade and then went in raw comedy and chucked in law. I've only just returned. I was in a role, my last job before the one I'm in now had a legal element to it, but now I've gone back to actual law, but workers' rights law, not criminal.
Hey, Joey put in the chat the Milkpura Massacre one. Can I just say I lived in Sydney. I lived in Chester Hill / Sefton area, and we were sitting outside of our house one day when all these bikies went past with shotguns, hockey strapped to their friggin' front handlebars, And not long after that, the Milpera, like that same day, like hours later, the Milpera massacre happened. And I used to work at Milpera. Scary. Okay. Ellis,
Sorry, I'm just eating, so I had to put myself on mute.
It's like 5 to 9, dude. What are you eating for now for?
No, I'm not having dinner. I'm having some chips.
Okay. I'm the only one here now. Yeah, the Milpera massacre was an interesting one. Yeah, I used to work just around the corner from the Milpera Hotel. I don't know what they call it now. They changed it all up now. They call it what do they call it now? Can't remember.
See, I was one of those random YouTubers that actually had to go to the loo. How do these people, like, we've been live for 4 hours. How do people go live for like 9 hours and not go to the loo ever? It's
I'm sure they do.
Sam Hill puts a bedpan under him.
Oh,
no way.
Yeah, he's old.
But with your thing about true crime, like, yeah, I had a kind of interesting upbringing with a criminal barrister dad. My dad did a lot of incredible things in his life, but probably one of the coolest things or most bizarre things was he was Chopper Reed's best man in prison.
Oh, really? Wow.
Shit.
Yeah, I'll just get you. I can get the photo to prove it if you like.
Okay. She's spilling the wine now. She's had too many.
No, there's actually, I think I put a photo of up on my community page because I was chatting about it on a live not that long ago. But how do I get my camera back on? Hang on. No, the glass was sitting right next to my microphone that I moved. So that's Chopper Reed there, right?
Where?
I'll just show you. So this is Chopper's book, Chopper 5, Pulp Faction.
I've read that.
All right. Well, so there's Chopper, and she's sort of cut out of the photo a bit, but that's his wife, Marianne. They're not, he's dead now, but they divorced before he died. And that's my dad.
Wow.
Can you see?
No way. That's cool, eh? Sorry, I'm eating, Tori.
Yeah,
that's all right. Yeah, so there's Dad and Chopper, because Dad was his lawyer. Or there's Dad. But at the very front,
that would have been a job and a half.
There's a letter printed on the inside cover of the book from a Tasmanian law firm called Wallace, Wilkinson and Webster. And they were the solicitors for Chopper, and then they briefed my dad as the barrister. But the initials, like if anyone's ever received a legal letter, the references are always the initials of the solicitor on the file. Hang on, I'm trying to get it to see how it's got WEFH.
Mm-hmm.
They're my brother's initials. He was the solicitor and my dad was the barrister.
Wow.
And this letter's about his dangerous criminal tag being lifted.
That's crazy. What are you smoking there, Tori? What kind of smokes are they? Winfields? They're Winfield Blues.
They look like a menthol thing.
They are.
They did look like a menthol, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's actually a poem. I don't know if it's this book or a different one, but there's actually a poem written about my dad, and he manages to come up with a word to rhyme with Dad's surname. Well, I suppose my name used to be my channel name anyway. I don't really care, but yeah, our surname. He managed to come up with a way to rhyme it with our surname as well. He's pretty clever. So that's that. Chopper. My mum. Oh look, menthol. I'm busting to go outside and have a cigarette. That's why I grabbed them. I was thinking I was going to wrap when I was saying thanks for everyone who dropped in. I was like, I need to go and have a ciggy. Chopper was the first person to contact my family when my mum died. But here's the weird thing. Mum died at 3 a.m. I got home to my mum and dad's house at 6 a.m. and the phone rang not long after I walked through the door. And it was Chopper Reed to pass on his condolences to my dad about my mum dying. She'd only been dead for like 3 hours and we hadn't told anyone.
Oh, that's freaky.
I know.
Did
Contact
they ever
with the
catch who
morgue.
did it?
Well, I answered the phone. He's like, "Oh, hello, Tori. It's Mark Brandon Reed," and I'm like, "Oh, Chopper, g'day."
Like he was talking to his parole officer.
And he said, "My condolences. Can you please pass them on to your dad and brother?" And I have a sister, but nobody knows about her because, unlike the rest of us, she stayed out of the public eye. But sorry, I just put my kettle on. But I said, "Mum, we haven't told anyone yet. Like nobody knows." And then he said, "Don't underestimate my contacts." Well, the only contact he must have is the morgue or where Mum was when she died. It was weird. It was really weird. Unless my dad rang him, but I don't think he did. Like we hadn't told a soul.
No, CLC would know under like in 3 hours.
I know, it was very bizarre. But I've also got when I was doing breakfast radio, there was an ad in the Tasmanian paper called the Mercury for a limited edition board game called Chopper. And it's like Monopoly, but the pieces that you move around on the board are actually bullets. And you go to Tasmania because he ended up in jail in Tassie. You go to brothels. You get money for being a hitman. And I bought one, and it's the best game. But the best thing about it is on the board there's an electric shock symbol, and you've got to stick your finger in this little machine that gives you an electric shock.
Jesus.
Deb's got the game too.
Oh, my God.
But the worst thing about the game is you put your finger in, there's like 4 little... hang on, I'll get it. Don't make me give myself a shock, though.
Yeah, please demonstrate.
They only made 1,500 of these. I'll put the camera back on. This got its Tory and show and tell. I'll just move my mic. Everything's in the way here. So here's the board game. Never plead guilty. Whenever he used to sign his books,
Never
he
plead guilty.
would
Did
always
your dad come up with that tagline?
It was definitely his. Hey, who said they want to get it? Joey. Friends of mine that came and stayed with me from Melbourne last year, or the year before, we played it and they went online and found a secondhand copy on eBay or something. So, but it's the best game. It's so much fun because the electric shock itself doesn't really hurt that much, but it's waiting to see who gets zapped.
How do you get zapped? Does it have power? Do you have to power it up, or is it batteries?
Battery.
Okay.
Battery. So this is I'll get the little. So like with Monopoly, you can move around the board with a top hat or a shoe or whatever.
Yeah.
With Chopper,
It's all
a bullet, and it's an actual bullet. Like it's a casing. It's a casing. It weighs a ton. So they're the little pieces you move around on the board. And then, see, look, this channel has friggin' everything. We've had it all tonight, guys. Just show it. I've got the most. I don't have a lot of stuff, but the things I keep are really like priceless. Funny, usually. All right, let me get the electric machine out. Electric shock machine. So the electric shock I think it feels like an electrified duck beak that goes zoom. Like there's your finger, and it feels like this little beak goes zoom. The boys have gone very quiet. So here it is, the torture machine. So the thing that's fun about it is if you draw the card, you get to choose 3 other people that have to put their finger in the other things. And you can choose the settings. You can either go for a low shock or a high shock.
Mm.
And then everyone puts their fingers. You can choose how many victims, number of victims. So you can select
You could never sell this in America. Imagine putting victims on a toy that shocks you in America.
I know it says, warning, this product is not a toy, not for children under 14. This product emits an electric shock and may interfere with electronic health equipment. This product should not, in capital letters, not be used by persons with pacemakers, heart problems, epilepsy, or other similar or related illnesses.
Jesus.
You know what? Now that you mention it, I miss seeing that warning on things. that it will fuck with your pacemaker if you use it. If you got heart problems, you shouldn't use this toy.
So what you do, I've just selected 2, and you have to put your fingers like on the pads. If you lift your fingers up, because there's sort of these little, I'll try and show you. There's a little pad in there, and you've got to have your finger actually on the pad. If you lift your finger up like that to avoid the shock, an alarm goes off to let everyone know that you're cheating.
That's good.
So you put your fingers on these pads. I'm actually going to do 4. Oh, it started. So this is what it does. It goes...
It's getting annoying already.
for ages before you actually get zapped.
It makes you like anticipate it, and it makes it more of a shock.
And that's the worst part. The shock itself is, like I said, it's like a sort of an electrified duck. But I'll do. Oh shit! I started again. I'll set it for 4, but I'll put my finger in 2 of the things and see if it gets me. Right, victims. Gee, the things I do for you guys.
Can you just choose one? So it's like you're always getting shocked.
No, I'm going 4. I don't want to guarantee a zap. It's not nice. You'll hear me in a minute. Like, it's unpleasant enough. All right, here we go.
Anticipation of it.
It didn't get me, but
buy yourself a lottery ticket, Tori.
Here we go. I only had it for 2. It was number 2. I didn't get zapped.
Oh, Tori.
Jeez.
But it's the
Fucking
tension.
Teflon Don.
It's waiting for it to happen. And do you know what's really weird? You can kind of work out who in your group of friends is a psychopath, because I swear to God, I've played this game with so many of my friends, and there's only one person that got zapped that didn't react at all. Everyone's like, motherfucker, and fuck you, you fuck, and this sort of thing gets thrown around the room.
It's got a decent little like punch to it.
It sure does. He had dumb am I. I was doing a demonstration and I had it set on high, not low. Like,
It's only
Go on, Tori. Give us a high one. Just one.
It's only a 9 volt. It's only a 9 volt shock, I'd say.
It's not pleasant though. It's okay. It's on. I've moved it to low. I'm being a wimp, but why would you want me to go high?
Imagine they did this to you when they gave you the electric chair, and like you had to like anticipate to see if it was going to happen or not.
But it's the thing waiting that's horrible about it.
This thing's going to end up on the other side of the room.
Oh, geez, that sounds serious. Wow, Tori.
It was number 1. It didn't get me again.
That's 3 times.
Damn, Tori, I'm telling you, go get a lottery ticket.
3rd time lucky. Here we go. Number 1 again. I've been 3 and 4.
Man, I need you to get shocked in 3 and 4. I can't. If you stick your fingers in number 1 and 2, I'd feel cheated. Hey, I need to see your fingers getting shocked in sockets 3 and 4.
Well, it's only going to be 1 finger because it only gets 1. But what I was going to say was this one friend of mine didn't react at all. Everyone else, like I've had people burst into tears and scream and.
Did you feel like there's like no point playing the game with that person?
Well, I feel like there's no point me sitting here doing it on myself. Like, why would I inflict? Hey, Sonny. Why would I?
That's why you should keep a taser handy.
Yeah, so far, your story hasn't like been fact checked. We haven't seen it work.
Look, you can see, all right, all four of them up. All right, you choose,
You could be
choose
making
the
this all
numbers.
up.
Choose the numbers. You choose.
Okay. No, 3 and 4. I'm sticking with 3, unless Casper wants to see something different.
No, it's fine.
You bastards. You just want to see me get back.
On high, please.
Number 1.
No way. All right, Casper's go now.
I don't know. She's what? It's been one or
She's
two.
got 3 and 4 every time, and it's never got her.
Hmm.
Casper, you can choose a number. This is the last one I'm going to...
2.
2?
Yeah.
And what?
2 and 4.
Okay. This is really awkward, this position.
Ooh.
I hate it.
Oh, no.
Oh, fuck!
Yes. Finally.
That was number 4, the fuck!
Oh, fuck was a pretty good reaction, too.
That was on low, so I'm not doing high. Holy
We
shit.
should have had her hand in a bucket of water, Alice, as well as the finger in.
My poor little Sonny just looked at me and jumped 3 feet. Come here, Bubba. Poor thing. She's like, what the hell's going on? Mummy's in the kitchen still. My laptop is like in the corner of my wall. I'm not even looking out into my room or anything. And I'm zapping myself. She's just like, yeah, right. Another night with Mum. She's cool, but I am going to end it though. Fuck, 4 hours.
No worries. How is the
I'm
cat
going to jump off.
settling in, Tori?
Oh, Casper, she's a legend. She's cool as. Yeah, she's really cool. Like, I love all the animals. I've got heaps of possums. She goes out in her enclosure and they hang out together. I mean, not in the enclosure. They'd rip each other's heads off. But no, she's very different to Biscuit. But no, she's awesome. She's a good little. I don't know. Australian Alice probably doesn't even know this, but and people in chat probably don't either. But I rescue the older animals because nobody else does.
Oh, that's sweet. I was actually thinking about that in the shower yesterday. Like, who rescues the older animals?
That's a weird spot to be thinking about that.
Well, see you around, Joey. I hope you find a copy of the game. I'm sorry I didn't follow with chat. I was busy electrocuting myself. Yeah, exactly. Happy 2021. What sicko invented that game? It was a edition, but Joey, I hope you find it. You'll friggin' love it. It'll become a favorite game in your household. But yeah, so no, I rescue the older animals, and my house, the way it's set up, it's on stilts. It's actually better suited for cats because I love dogs as well, but they need to be under the house. Like, I love big dogs, and this house doesn't work with a big dog in it. Plus, you've got to keep taking it out to the garden to go to the loo, and I'm on stilts on a really steep block. So yeah, so I've got my second elderly feline, but it makes me feel good, and they're cool animals when they're older because they know who they are. So they're kind of like a housemate. Like, she's not needy as long as she's got food and, she's happy, food and water. But yeah, she's a bit of a groover, and this is my avatar that I had before was her. Like, she's pretty she's a pretty stunning little cat. So yeah, that's actually Sunny, the little avatar of me. She's pretty gorgeous. And my previous one, Biscuit, had this huge social media following that I wasn't really aware of how well known she was when I rescued her. And there's a mural in Hobart of her on the top of a building, like this huge mural.
I've seen it. You drove there and showed us.
Well, of your cat.
Yeah, Australian Alice hasn't, but yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, Biscuit and Jarman, who did the mural, is like Tassie's leading street artist and probably one of Australia's leading street artists. And he did a mural of Biscuit.
Of your cat?
Yeah, I've seen it.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
I know. Well, it's
Fuck, you're pulling strings. Did you get Chopper to set that up for you?
no. She it is a mural above. Like I got Biscuit and also Sunny from a rescue place here called 10 Lives, and they came up with this idea
That's
to
a
do
fucking awesome name for a cat rescue.
Isn't it wicked?
That's
And
great.
they just decided to do a mural of their more popular inmates above all their buildings, and so they opened a new op shop in Hobart to help raise money. And so Biscuit's the first mural they did, and yeah, it's up on above one of their op shops in Hobart.
That's awesome. You have to show it to me sometime, Tori.
Hell to the yes. Well, there's videos on not that you could probably be bothered going back through them, but there are videos of going to see Biscuit's mural, so you can
okay.
check that out. But yeah, she died in February, which was fucked because she was
rest in peace, Biscuit.
Yeah, thank you. She was an absolute legend. But then Sunny arrived 3 weeks later, and she's a pretty cool little cat too. So Ruth's found a copy online of Chopper. You better find a way to let Joey know, Ruth. But anyway, guys, I am wrapping this for it. I
know. I see what time you're stopping it at, Tori.
Hey?
Nice to talk to everybody.
4:20.
4:20.
It's 4 hours and 20 minutes into the live.
I'm on my best behaviour, mate. It's a school night. So.
All right. It was lovely to meet you guys.
All right, mate.
You too. Thanks, mate.
I'll talk to you later. Thank you for having us, Tori.
No, thanks for coming on up on the panel. Anyone's always welcome.
Anytime. Thank you. I'll see you later. Good night.
Cheers, mate. See ya. For anyone who did tune in to watch the soup, they'll be like, I'm not making that soup. It takes 4.5 hours. Get fucked.
All right. Good night, everybody. Good night, Lily. Nice to see you, Lily.
Yeah, it was great to see you, Lily Bell. See you, Deb. Oh, Deb says best live yet. So she didn't see the double drive live, but thank you to everyone that's been in here. Some of you have been here for Ruth has been here from the start.
Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you, Ruth. Thanks. So many people came in throughout the night, all kinds of randos, weird trolls, everything. It had everything. I'll see you, Casper. He prematurely evacuated. Twiggy, good night. Good night, Revs, EBT card. I can't believe that's going to get me in trouble, you having that name, although I don't think it was visible on my panel, but still. But yeah, peace, love, happiness, everyone. So lovely to see Sashu in here, Claire Bear. Haven't seen you guys around much at all, so that was a real treat. But yeah, like I've always said, this channel's just a place where we can all hang out. Even, differences are perfectly fine here, as long as we're all good to each other. Nut things out. Thank you to Joey M. Wilson for jumping up on panel and playing a mediator early on, and also Mel too, who put in a mammoth effort and let me eat my dinner, even though she felt like shit. So thanks, everybody. Stay groovy. I hope you all have a fabulous week, whatever you get up to, and see you all again very soon around the YouTubes. But spread the love, everyone, and don't forget to tell people Joey M. Wilson is not spacey. Space monster. Love you guts, everyone. See you soon. Bye for now. Stay groovy.